Wake up, heart's already racing. Ideas flood while coffee's chasing. Scroll through prompts like tarot cards. Stories pulling from the stars. Just to wait for some great calling. Now we sprint to keep from stalling. Every genre's fair game now, so tell me, where do I begin? Dragons, lovers, murder scenes, soft sci-fi and rosy dreams. Ekello pilot at the wheel, but the hustle, that's still real. I can write from a kiss in the rain to a kingdom that bleeds, from small town Hardy to galaxy queens. It's all on the table. My mind is unstable, but I can write. Plot twist, lightning, structure clean, burning through beats like kerosene. This is my renaissance, this is my fight. I can write, and I just might. Deadlines whisper, projects stack. Every yes means something cracks, but I'd rather break from chasing big than shrink inside some safer gig. We're the ones who paved with grit. Now we build with algorithmic wit. 1,000 voices in my head, and every single one gets filtered up behind my screen. Poets with a spreadsheet dream. Nothing's off limits anymore. That's the thrill and that's the war. I can write from a ghost in Rome to a CEO fling, from demon lovers, high fantasy kings. It's all in the planning. It's magic and branding. I can write cross genre, cross fightful steam, stacking story beats like a dream. This is my comeback. This is my flight. I can write, and I will tonight. It's a lot, it's too much, it's incredible. Pacing like the stakes are federal. This ain't just a job, it's myth making. Crafting code and hearts worth breaking. I can write. I've got a fall for everything. A blood that pulses sharp and lean. Blood and glitter in my veins. I'm the thunder in the brain. This is no fluke, no lucky swing. I can write anything. Watch me do the damn thing.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Future Fiction Academy. Good to see all of you. Man, are y'all blowing up our comments right now?
Happy Friday.
Happy Friday.
Watch me
Welcome
do
to-
the damn thing, Ekello. Watch me do the damn thing.
What thing would that
Oh.
be, Elizabeth?
The I can write anything.
Can you write anything, Elizabeth?
Yes.
And why is it that you can write anything?
Because I have my YourFirstDraft.ai.
Oh, and what, pray tell, could that be?
Well, it's our new software, and yesterday I had to write 4 books with it. So my brain's a little bit broken from it. But we are going to write a really cool book today. I have a theme song to go with it and everything at the halfway point. I went a little extra.
Mm-hmm.
I missed you guys I was gone last week, or was I here last week?
Nope, you were gone last week.
See, I had
held
to
out.
work. I had to come and bring that glitter and blood in my veins.
you needed to vampirically drain the energy from our audience.
Yeah.
I know.
It's interesting, Tom, because people are like, only 4. I don't know. Only 4. I thought he was saying only money, and I was going to explain that, like, I know we get some criticism sometimes on this channel about like the cost of our things, but we open source everything that we pretty much teach. We give you enough on this YouTube channel. For example, there was a video from another channel, Nerdy Novelist, and he talked about automating books, which we've been automating books for a really long time in our little corner of the woods.
Yes,
but
ma'am.
we actually open sourced in the beginning of April all of our N8N workflows for the Easy Peasy Book Machine. Like that's in the notes, I think, from like April 4th or something like that. So
Yeah,
we
it's
had
always
people.
we call it open source when we bring it out onto the YouTube channel. At that point, it's out in the public and in the algorithms and inside of the new LLMs. At
Yes.
that point, that's no joke. That is no joke.
But my point
Definitely.
is, I try to make it fair. If you have time and the ability to study and learn, we try to give you guys enough cue cards and enough like breadcrumbs that you can go work and experiment and figure it out on your own, which is newsflash, what we're all doing behind the scenes. I just do it as a full-time job.
Right. Me too.
So.
Soon. 1 week from today
I
is my last day.
know.
The next time I am on a Friday live stream, I will be a full-time committed employee of the Future Fiction Academy. Completely yours.
I'm so excited. Well, you're Laura's, completely Laura's. But
No,
she
I
left
mean completely. Yes.
Everybody.
Definitely Laura's. I mean, I am very excited, and I have to tell everyone this is because of this weird like way this all happened. I really the way we this whole like thing started was me and Elizabeth met very early in this whole burgeoning AI thing because we both created channels using Chat GPT, and I think maybe I did mine the day before or 2 days before her, because when she went to go get it, the only thing that was available was Future Fiction Academy, and she loved the idea and ran.
No. The AI actually suggested the same YouTube channel as you. And I think we actually went up on the same day. We rejected Future Fiction Factory.
Yes.
Because we were women. And let me just say, triple F is not, that's not an acronym we're getting behind.
I maybe at some other time we could delve deeper into that.
No, it's just not like we looked at it, and it's just not very feminine to be like, hey, we're triple F, 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 F. I mean, what do they want to F us? Is it F cup? Is it? Yeah, there's just no good way to play with that acronym.
See, I wasn't going to go there because I couldn't figure out where we were going.
Yeah, I know, but you don't have to. I mean, you have different problems, sir.
Yeah. You know, but what was interesting was I took that channel, I grew it to like 3,600 from scratch, and then I came over to the academy. And do y'all know how I got involved with the academy, like in a like official sense? I forced myself on them. I went to Author Nation, and then at Author Nation, I basically assumed the role of, oh, did Gracie just? Okay, I thought maybe.
No, she did not. She just showed her butt.
I know. I thought. Turn my keyboard off. It's starting to make me nervous when she walks by. But I basically insinuated myself on them, sat at their table, helped people with the different software that we had, and I generally embassed the whole. I know, right? It's the worst word ever.
Represented.
Yes, I embassed. Don't you like? But
an ambassador does not embass.
I know, right? But I tried my best because I am enthusiastic about the process, about all of the things that can be derived from using artificial intelligence to create fiction, and the people that are allowed to write fiction now that they have the ability and the access to these tools. So what we've been doing here at the factory is creating these new things.
And that's another reason we didn't want to do factory as a keyword, since we wanted to be a school and we were doing education.
Right.
The academy.
But that's why we're at the academy. What we're doing is spending so much time learning these things so that the neurally challenged, the neurally different, the completely new person who really doesn't understand the craft can understand all of these things by coming to the academy and learning this stuff. And so
also the curious, the busy, the person who has 10,000 story ideas and not enough life to write them all, the person who wants to leave a legacy for their kids, the person who is retired and has always wanted to write books and was told they could never do it. I mean, it's really not just people who are not neurotypical and stuff who are going to AI. It's everybody going to AI. Like, people want to pretend that they're not, but I mean, when the BookBub survey came out, and believe me, that survey was taken a while ago, and 50% of people said basically that they're using. They're evolving.
Wow.
But also Anthropic.
No drug connotations here.
Listen, I'm not addicted to cocaine. I am addicted to ChatGPT.
Yeah.
My name is Elizabeth. Hi.
Now, what were you going to say?
I was also going to say that Anthropic, when they actually looked at, the aggregate of all of the posts, all of the prompts that they get, the number one prompting category was coding. And then the number two category was writing. So I don't know how writing gets to be the number two most used prompt, like prompting purpose. And BookBub has 50% of people, 50% of authors surveyed saying that they're either using AI or they're interested in using AI. And it's like, why are we still having witch fights or witch hunts? Why are we still? And I'm seeing trad pub books with AI with the tails not even fixed, with bad writing where like the character in one, for example, the character reaches down and her fingers touch a skull, and then the next sentence she picks it up and realizes it's a skull. That's a very classic sign to me of crappy AI writing that wasn't validated by a human. And believe me, they've been testing. They've tested books without advertising. They tested books with advertising, and some of their books that they tested with advertising have gotten into like the top 10 of the entire Amazon store.
All right. So yesterday was a bit of an epic day for me. I started work at Starbucks for 4 hours, and then my wife booked us to see Ballerina. By the way, great action, great fun, John Wickian movie.
Mm-hmm.
And then I had a live stream at 2 o'clock. And at somewhere halfway through that, you know how me and you have been like, how I expressed to you my deep worry about validation. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
I went on a rant yesterday during the live stream halfway through. And then I had a 4 o'clock community class, and I went on and kind of refined my sermon in that moment there. But then an hour later, for some weird reason, I got a notification that I was teaching yet another community class. It was a surprise to me, and I delved into it yesterday. So I taught 2 community classes yesterday, and
you took one for me because remember Lynn's on the road, so I was going to do it, but then you were
no. That's today. There should have been a community class today at 4. Okay, never.
Was I supposed to teach it?
If I'm doing the one that's on Monday, nobody asked me to do the one today. But there was one yesterday that just happened to pop up because of the way it was scheduled. I don't know how that's scheduled.
Any alerts.
No, don't worry about that part. That's not why I'm talking about this. Why I'm talking about this is that it gave me an opportunity to refine, to actually like hone in on what my sermon was about validation. I talked about the easy peasy book machine, and I talked about all kinds of interesting reasons for validating. One of the biggest things that I really kind of nuggeted up and really got to be a real thought was copyright. Do not, everyone, do nothing. Because we are about, what Elizabeth is about to do is she's about to give you a new superpower. She's already talked about this superpower before with about YourFirstDraft.ai. But I do not think you understand how good the manuscripts are going to be when you first get them. We are working with fine tunes. We're blueprinting things. We are actually working on back end dossier work to hone how these things are going to be created. We are trying our best. We are going through like really hard things. I'm watching the feeds and they are going through it, y'all, for you. They are developing, they are researching, they are doing the real work. Now, that means that once you get this thing that's 90, 85, we're trying to get it to 95%, 90%.
Yeah. Yeah, it's about 90 to 95%. That's and there's a reason for that. The reason I'm doing that is because,
but once you do that, you know why? To do your homework and
but do you know why?
Why?
Because I don't trust people to do their homework. I'm a teacher, so I know they're not going to do their homework. So I'm like, I am not going to be responsible for all of these like really crappily written books going out into the ecosystem. So at least the books that are written with YourFirstDraft.ai, if someone doesn't take the time to validate and make changes, number one, you do risk your copyright because you can only copyright the selection and arrangement of AI works with your own words in there.
But if you do not touch it.
And number two, if you don't touch it, I didn't want people mad at us. So if the book is at least 90 to 95%, then it's on par with what the bulk of the market really is in terms of just like the mid-lister, the middle of the road.
All right. And see, and this is why I'm talking to you all. And really, somebody just came out with a paper that everybody had a whole bunch of videos today talking about how, from a cognitive point of view, if you use AI to write an essay, you are less likely to understand deeply in your bones how that the subject of that essay actually works. And I thought to myself, my gosh, I literally was on this soapbox for the past like week talking to people about the fact that you actually have to do your work when you're working with AI because it's giving you a lot of information. Then you should be taking the opportunity to learn. Mm-hmm. That's it. That's all. I'm not going to go into the big sermon. I'm just saying. Please do your work.
Did anyone catch the podcast with Sam Altman? I think it was on Tuesday.
Yes. I don't know if anybody else did, but I sure did. I watched it. Yeah.
And I watched it as well. And I think that he had some really good, we'll make sure that the link goes into the chat or into the description after this one. Okay. I messed up the community class, guys. I know there's messages flying. I didn't get an alert. It wasn't on my calendar. I screwed up, but I made music and I it's me. I'm the problem. Hi.
I didn't realize you actually. That's funny.
There's like messages flying on the Discord. There's messages there. I'm sorry.
Oh.
I took a shower, so I wasn't stinking on the live stream.
You realize, like, literally nobody can smell you.
Okay.
All right. There was a lie. Okay.
Sam Altman, everybody's favorite uncle.
Mm.
One of the things that he said that really resonated with me because he's a new parent and he's realizing like his kids are never going to know a world without AI. They're going to look at this time as like dinosaurs. And I mean, it's like kids today that are my daughter's age and they're like, who are surprised that we're older than Google. Like, yeah, we're all older than Google in this room right now. Or just I'll remember, he actually talked about something that happened when my daughter was a toddler, where a kid saw a magazine and never been introduced to a magazine before and started to touch it like an iPad because that was the iPad generation. My daughter did the same thing. The first time she saw foreign screens as a toddler, she would tap it. And I was like, oh, we are not the same generation. Because I grew up, like many of you, get away from the TV. Don't touch the screen.
Yeah, because of the fingerprints.
Your finger oils and your fingerprints.
Yeah, your little grubby children fingers need to stay away from my screen, young person.
Yeah.
I remember that one.
Yep.
All right. So we're living in a different paradigm then.
Yeah. Did you take any insights away? There's more I wanted to say about Sam Altman and what he was talking about with OpenAI.
No, please go.
Okay, another thing, if you watch closely and listen closely, is that they are definitely sandbagging. He basically admitted it. So, I mean, we always kind of knew that, but for him to actually admit that they have a ton of stuff that if they released right now, people would want more and more and more. And so they have stuff that basically they're just releasing at the opportune time in the AI model wars. And they actually talked about that. The person who was interviewing him was actually a former OpenAI employee and had worked on some of the OpenAI projects. And so they were talking back and forth about some of the kind of like inside baseball about some of these things. And it's like, there's other models that are better than the current models we have today that OpenAI is sitting on, and they're not going to release until one of their major competitors does something to move the football.
Which they are not doing. They are all just nipping at the. What's so funny to me is that every time we get these like advances, Claude 4, GPT, Gemini 2.5 Pro or whatever, Flash, thinking whatever they want to put on there. Whenever we get these, I'm always like looking at the charts and watching, and I'm like, that is 1% better. That
because
thing
that's
is
where
1%.
we're at. We're at the point of like it's like 0.4% better. That's where we're at.
Drives me crazy.
Honestly, I think they put. What I think happened is that they oversold it at the very beginning. They oversold and said these things were like D+, C- students when the first models came out, which no, they were not. They were not like they could not think, they could not reason. It was a mess.
It was like teaching monkeys how to sign language, and expecting them to really.
That's better than the models that we had that were just like inventing things.
Oh, that's good.
And Christina asks, "Is this why we're jumping all over the shop in names?" Yeah, it's insane, the naming conventions and what they're doing. And
I heard that it wasn't in the podcast. He was talking about the fact that the reason that they had all of these different weird naming paradigms was because things were changing so fast and things were getting better so fast. And then they came into the thinking thing and they had to like veer off and start naming weird things and now they're finally admitting they probably looked at the way that Claude is built and giving it the ability to think and not think, that they went, oh, let's look at that architecture, because they are straight up, y'all, gonna put out a GPT-5. They keep saying it and they keep throwing it out there.
It's just going to be a model of models. It's going to be basically like a switch. Like it's going to know what model to use for what you're trying to do. And I have to say, I'm skeptical panda on that.
I don't know. I like the mixed experts approach.
And mixed experts is fine, but do you as a human even know what model to use when you're doing something, or do you sometimes have to try things in multiple models?
Well, if they give it a robust if this then that sort of thing, I mean, if it's coding, it does a certain thing. If it's because they're gonna have a little 4.5 in there, they're gonna have a little 4.1 in there, they're gonna have a little 4.0 in there.
I know, but is there any model currently on the market right now that if it told you to do something, you do what it said?
I'm not going to say that again.
Is there any model on the market right now that if it told you to do something, you would do what it said?
No. Not that.
So they think that there's going to be a model that's going to be able to make all the decisions of what model you actually need. And I have concerns about this, and here's my concerns. When you start making AI to tell the humans which AI to use, you're making that next step of buffer between the humans knowing the tech and therefore being able to use the tech and control the tech, manage the tech, pull the unplug button. It's just an extra step. And I mean, I could be wrong down the road.
Yeah, I mean, for God's sakes, we're speculating right now.
Yes, but I don't like this idea that I'm just not ready. I'm not ready for this sketty. Okay. I'm not ready for us to move to a system where I don't get to choose my model anymore. The model gets chosen for me based on my prompts that I put in.
Yeah, Sculites is right. I kind of need to know for our prompt how beefy it is to know what to task it, what task to give it. Now, I understand that. I think that this whole idea of tasking is a bugaboo Yes. But there was a moment when we didn't think that AIs would be able to do certain other things too. So, I mean, they got to prove this stuff to me. They got to let's proofs in the pudding. If it does something else other than what we're thinking it's going to do, and it does it well, then, I'm very happy and I ain't got any complaints. But we'll see.
And what Pumpstone is saying, I agree with. I'd want that control, but I bet a lot of casual users won't care. Well, here's the thing, though, and I agree with you on that. Problem is that I think we're just too early to make it super easy for the casual users. And what I mean by that is I am discouraged and a little unnerved by the lack of kind of support for the human is in the AI world right now. Like, yes, I use AI. That doesn't mean that I don't still have privacy concerns. Let me give you a good example. I was messing around in the early hours of this morning with something I should not have, because I'm not a coder. I dabble as it, but I'm not very good at it. And I have mental blocks there. Like, just some people have issues with spelling. Some people have issues with math. I have issues with code. I'm fine with logic, just not the actual, like, I don't like actually typing in the commands to the computer and working in terminal. It's not my favorite thing to do. I'm a GUI girl.
Mm-hmm.
So this is stupid of me. Are you ready for how stupid it was?
How stupid was it?
I very easily, with one stupid click, following the instructions of another AI, gave Claude access to every single file on my computer.
And
I didn't intend to do that. I didn't want to do that.
How did? Oh,
I was.
What did you do?
Practicing in the dark arts. I was not supposed to. Yeah, see, Kimberly's like, yeah, not good. And what?
Oh.
Yeah. So let me tell you a little story about why you shouldn't mess with things that you don't know. There is a thing out there called Claude Code, and I installed it. And I could not get it to install because I'm not very good at terminals, and I have a Unix system because I have a Mac. So what did I do? I took my error messages to AI, like every other bytecoder does, okay? I took my error messages there, and it said, you need to sudo. Now, I know that if I sudo bash into my system, that is a dangerous possibility, but I'm also really used to, like, freaking Apple. I always have to go into admin mode to approve everything. This is safe. This is fine, right? No, not good. Not good. So without even realizing what I did, I sudo bashed and installed Claude Code into my root folder.
Did you eventually uninstall it?
Nope, I haven't figured that part out yet.
My head hurts really bad right now.
I know. Listen, it was 2:00 in the morning. It's not my fault. I mean, it is my fault, but there was extenuating circumstances.
I have a new Macintosh computer, and I am doing a transition right now, and I'm telling you,
it's fine. It's going to be fine. Okay,
it's painful. It's painful. So, okay. So, Elizabeth, first,
but my point. Here's my point of the story. Okay, I am not stupid. I am not a casual user. I am not someone who is uneducated about these things. But because I stupidly thought they wouldn't possibly, like, allow this. And here's what happened. I install it, right? And then it tells me to do this thing about logging a code error, which I eventually understood that, but it was a really dumb thing to start off as an experiment with.
Oh.
I realized when I said the code, like, I followed this little instructions of, like, ask me how to log an error. And I was like, how do I log an error? I watched that mofo go through every single one of my paths, 834 paths, like it was Swiss cheese. And I was like, oh no. And then it popped up a little thing. You have installed Claude Code into your home folder. Correct practice is usually to install it into a project folder. Don't you think you should have told me that before and in the instructions that you gave me?
So the point of this story is you don't trust that it's going to make the right choices when it comes to this new, whatever this paradigm is that is going to be GPT-5.
My biscuits got burned this morning by following the guide from the AI telling me how to do something with coding. And this is the big promise, right? The big promise is that we are going to allow everybody to vibe code. We're going to allow everyone to code. But without any guidelines or guardrails or anything like that, it's really a sucker's ploy. And I was a sucker this morning.
Yeah, well, at least you validated it all and realized what was happening.
Lynn goes, developers always skip step. They train the AIs the same way. Yes. And then thank you, Kim. Don't feel bad. I got a wild hair and decided to force my main computer to upgrade to Windows 11 late at night and didn't realize I chose the English International version.
So Lynn Jordan is in the audience right now. So she did not do her community class?
We are past that. Can we move on?
I just couldn't figure out. I'm like,
the road being
I'm like,
so
Liz.
kind.
Oh, okay. I get it. I was like, wait a minute, but I feel like they're okay.
And Danny goes, oh God, no, I've been a developer for 30 years and I dread all that. And that's what I mean. So I'm not telling this story. I mean, yeah, no, I was really stupid this morning, but in my defense, I wrote 4 books yesterday. I was working on stuff and Joseph kind of goaded me a little bit and he said he had a surprise. And then I was like, I'll just go figure it out myself. And I did, just not in a good way. But yeah, so Claude Code is a thing, and he talked to me more about it today, and he's got great problems, and he's usually right. He's usually, when he tells me something like, this is going to be really great, because he showed me N8N months before I actually had the wherewithal to start playing with it. I'm sure that this is going to be a great thing, but last night I accidentally installed Claude Code in my root folder. And since we know Anthropic and people probably, they do watch us, change your instructions for the Unix users, please, who are trying to vibe code.
Oh. So did you, have you built an MCP or anything?
No. I was pissed off with it.
Yeah. Elizabeth, you were pushing your limits. And
yes.
That right there is a healthy thing to do. Like I said, everyone, we literally just had a white paper that came out yesterday talking to people that did 3 things. They either made the essay by themselves, no Google or AI. Then they made it only with Google. And then they made it only with AI. And when they made it with the AI, given the sample size is like 50 some people, it's a little annoying that it was such a small sample size. But the AI people got to like really say lots of very perfect sentences and stuff like that, but it lacked a lot of the depth and substance of the people who either spent time just thinking about it deeply and writing the essay, and other people who used Google and then thought about it and brought all of the different things together to make the essay. And those people also were able to cognitively remember a lot of what the essay that they wrote without the AI. And I am trying to fight that with people. I think that this should be an enhancement, a really cool way to learn the craft of writing. If you validate and realize what your taste is, then you can change things and do better and blah, blah, blah.
I want to put a little caution though on that study.
Because I seriously, it's 55 people. It's annoying that it was so small.
It's not just that it's 55 people. It's if you do a comparative study in if my teachers are in the chat right now, help support a girl out here. When they do studies on how people learn, it is a wide gamut of how people learn. So you could take 55 people and have similar results of they used AI versus they listened to an audio translation of it or they read it. I'm one of those people that anything I read, I can absorb it really quickly. If I hear it, I can't always recall it with perfect accuracy. My sister's the opposite. She listens to audiobooks nonstop. If she hears something, she's got it. And if she reads something, it's not there for her.
Mm-hmm.
Other people are like my daughter, and they have to see it. Like they have to see someone do it. So if she watches somebody do something, that's like seared in her memory, but it doesn't work the same for words for her. And it doesn't work the same. So this child like learned advanced game theory from YouTube.
That's actually very funny.
Yeah, she was like an 8-year-old negotiating her bedtime with negotiation tactics that she learned from an advanced YouTube channel. And yeah, Eldon, love to see you here. Exactly. I always learn different, and my teachers never understood that. So I was homeschooled since 2nd grade. My daughter homeschools too since 1st grade. And then yeah, different learning styles. Oh, what?
I was going to say, Eldon, my goodness, what a great avatar.
Yeah.
My goodness. That I would envy that man if I met him in person.
Learn by example. So yeah, I think right now they're really anxious to try to say that AI is somehow an obstacle more so than it is. And I mean, they said the same
read
thing.
A little like they already had made the conclusion before they even this is the numbers. This is that 55 people thing that really starts to bug me a little bit, is because it's almost as if they were setting it up so that they could present this narrative about things like that Apple study that said that the language models, the thinking ones, weren't actually yanking, and it was so pissy right after. Don't get me started. This was. I don't
want to go back to what's the definition of the word is, but like, what is thinking? And if thinking is not iterative, if thinking isn't, I look at this and now I literally think of a different way to do it. I mean, what is thinking? And if thinking is only a human capacity, how could any AI ever think if it's something only humans can do?
Yeah, I mean, and it makes for a good juicy piece of YouTube content when you see these studies pop up and stuff like that. But in a lot of ways, I mean, especially when you read their opening statements, the YouTuber will say, well, this happened, and the reason I'm doing this video is because this paper came out, and they show you the thesis, the premise, the underlying foundation. The
bits and bobs.
Right. And you start to realize what the narrative is right at the beginning. And then it's supposed to give you lots of evidence of why that narrative is correct. And I was having a hard time once they told me the numbers of how many people were in the study. I'm like, you got to do that with like 500 people, right?
This is, I just want to talk with Skew-Light's thing here. It kind of feels like the video games will rot your brain stuff from the 90s. I can guarantee you that there's a group of people here right now, born between the years of 1980 and 1986, that can tell you at least 2 different forts that were on the Oregon Trail. If for no other reason, because they buried their mythical children there when they died of a snake bite playing the Oregon Trail on computers. Now, if I hadn't been burying my mythical children in middle school at forts along the way of the Oregon Trail, I don't think I would have memorized Fort Laramie and Chimney Rock. And I would not know these milestones along the Oregon Trail.
Oh, you're
and let's
right.
be real here. What purpose does it serve me as a 43-year-old woman, as an author and stuff, to know anything about the Oregon Trail when I live in Virginia Beach and I am not on the Oregon Trail, nor is it a requirement right now?
Hey, let's do one of those tequila and tumbleweeds in the Oregon Trail.
Actually, one of my very first sequence story inside of AI was actually the mom who got stuck in the Oregon Trail type game, 10 chapters.
Oh, so that's like a lit RPG.
That was the very first one I did way back in early 2023 with first draft, when I could start figuring out how to make it loop.
That was love a good Jumanji. Don't you love a good Jumanji?
I do. That's one of the names of our blueprints.
What's up?
The cat. Okay, everyone. Ekello is having technical difficulties.
I'm back.
You see?
I was
Revenge of the Gracie.
No. Like I said, I'm transitioning to a new computer, so I'm moving things around on my desk, and I think my connection to my camera is compromised in some way, and so I'm gonna have to go in there. But I ain't got time for that right now.
All right. Well, I got a few housekeeping things to talk about really fast, and then we're going to do a song to allow me to transition, and then we're all going to write a book in your first draft, which is going to be a lot of fun.
Are you going to
The
talk
Last
about?
Library.
Are you going to talk about the fact that we've got a bunch of new AI courses and that we have them 50% off if you use the
I'm
code?
going to let you do that. I was
Okay.
going to do some other housekeeping.
That's exactly what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Okay, so here's the deal with your first draft. This is I know we're a month late, and I apologize. Okay, but I want to say, like, I don't know if I'm authorized, but then I remember I'm the CEO, so I authorize. Okay, I authorize myself.
Sorry.
I anoint myself.
I love the fact that you just figured that out. Okay, go ahead.
Well, no, because sometimes I say things I'm not supposed to.
Yeah, that's a thing.
That's a thing. Okay. Here's where we're at with your first draft. And I want some honest feedback on this, okay? And I know some of you are not going to be happy, and I'm sorry for that, but this is the middle of the road thing, and I would like to hear that some people are happy, so that would be great. So here's what we're thinking for your first draft. Accelerator members and mastermind members will have 1 free Dino credit per month. Woo! What's a Dino credit? A Dino credit will run you 20 chapters, which will get you between 30,000 and 60,000 words. Now let's talk about these words really fast. YourFirstDraft.ai. I want to say promise because it's a very strong word. We aim very, very strongly close to a promise that the chapters will match your outline. Now, why do I have an asterisk on the we try really, really hard with a promise? Because if your outline sucks and the AI knows your outline sucks, it will overwrite it, and there's nothing I can do about that. You have to write a better outline. And what do I mean by an outline that sucks? I'm talking about one of those outlines where Patty learned the secret. Patty thought about the secret in the next chapter. Patty called her friend Debbie to talk about the secret, and that's 3 chapters. Can we all agree that's a sucky outline?
Yes.
And if you feed that into an AI, what's going to happen to it, Ekello? Is it going to follow that?
To a T, and you're going to be very frustrated.
No, it won't.
No. I mean, literally, it'll be the loops, and it'll be bad.
Good. The other thing that could happen is it will just invent adventures for Patty.
Well,
Like
because
it'll borrow from the later chapters and bring them in.
Yeah, no meat on the bone.
Yeah, no meat on the bones. Garbage in, garbage out. You need to have good beats in the outline per scene, really. Okay. The other thing that we assure is that you'll be within 15% of the word count, of the lower word count. So if we say it's 30,000 to 60,000, you should be within, you should get at least 25,000. And the reason we say that is because, again, depending on your prompting or your outline, you got no meat on the bones, you're going to have a very skinny book. You're going to have a book that's on Ozempic. It is not, it's a skinny mini. And that's what we got. But we did build a brand new tool that you're going to see for the very first time tonight for your outline, for your story dossier. And we're going to transition about the classes really fast, but the last thing I want to talk about is money. Okay. We are not going to open your first draft wide to the public anytime soon. And you're probably like, but Elizabeth, that's not fair. You said hold on. We will release it to the public. It's just going to be in groups. So like 50 people, and then maybe another 50 people, and then like maybe 100 people. So if you want to be one of the people who is not part of the accelerator, not part of the mastermind, you need to go to YourFirstDraft.ai and join that newsletter. That is where you're going to be alerted about your opportunities to be onboarded, part of the beta group for the public use. So we expect your first draft to be probably at least for a month, only available to mastermind and accelerator members. This is not just accelerator members who have access to mastermind. This is all accelerator members. So if you join the June accelerator, I will see you next Wednesday, and you will have access to a free Dino credit inside of your first draft.
So, Elizabeth, what else happens with your first draft? What else do you get when you're using your first draft? Do you get access to, um, let's see, what was I thinking? Classes?
No.
So there won't be any classes in your first
There will be
draft?
classes about your first draft for the public, but I mean, right now we're focusing on the accelerator and the mastermind people. So if you invest into your own AI education, I'm going to make sure that you are taken care of first, as far as with what the ecosystem and stuff is going on. Now, pricing. Let's talk about pricing, right? Because you get that first dyno credit. What if you want to run more than one book? The pricing for a dyno credit. Now remember, it's not using your API, it's using our API. So you have no AI cost, you have no wrangling with the prompting. You can pay another $75 and you'll get another 20 chapters. So your free token plus $75 gets you something that's 60 to 90,000 words long. Or I'm sorry, 60 to 120,000 words long, and it's 40 chapters. That's the limit right now. Why is that the limit? Because Claude. Everybody loves freaking Claude, and it has a context window of 200,000 tokens. We have experimented with summarizing. We have experimented with other things. We're going to push for some more advanced techniques. But right now, the limit really is about 40 chapters because of the context input.
And there's no possibility for larger context models to
There
do the
will
work?
be. There will be, but those models are still very experimental. Like only Google has the million right now. And it's not the greatest at all of it. So we're still, but here's the thing. If you need something longer than 120,000 words, just write 2 40 chapter things with 3,000 words per chapter. Chapters are not scenes. You can have as many scenes as you need in a chapter. Like if
and then you can redistribute them later once you get them.
You can, especially once you see the story dossier method we have now that is worksheets. So again, mastermind.
I did show them a little bit of that yesterday. Yeah. I did show them in the dossier.
You showed them the worksheets?
No.
Oh, the story dossier.
I showed them. I didn't show them really anything in the class. We just built some dossiers from scratch.
Great.
And I showed them the I'm all about concepts. So I just wanted to show them the concepts of why this is important. You want to make a dossier. You want to make it pretty comprehensive. And what we do is we end up making a worksheet. And so what I did was I made an actual dossier and I said, hey, take this dossier and make it into a worksheet where you have all the blanks there. And then I had it do that. And then I put that in a separate document. And I said, look at this worksheet. And I want you to fill out everything in this worksheet in this document right here. And then I had it do that. And it spit out this beautiful dossier. But I'm telling you, it's all about concepts. Can you understand how to do concepts? The easy peasy book machine is a concept. It's an idea. It's a way of doing things, a order of doing things, and then applying your genre to it. That's the same way with this. It's a concept, and you can use it to really do whatever you want to do with it. It's super exciting.
What your first draft really offers is for people who have been trying to learn. I think the biggest thing that I heard, and this is what I think is going to sound really egotistical. I'm sorry. I hear all the time people say, yeah, but that's you, Elizabeth. When you prompt the AI, it does these magical things. When I try to do what you do, I don't get the same stuff. I hear this all the time.
And I just as an interjection, in my opinion, in my personal opinion, I think it's because they are trying to take your prompts and not trying to be creative and pop them out and stuff like that. That's just my personal opinion.
What we've done is we have made this really cool tool for you to be working in documents and make changes. But if you don't want to make changes, the AI will make the changes for you. So you have a lot of help at all different levels. And here's the other thing that this was really important to me that you're going to see in a little bit. You can come into this. You can come into the story dossier anywhere you want. So if you are someone who likes to start with their characters, I mean, because let's face it, there are some other tools out on the market that promise to write you a book. I've built a couple over the years. And a lot of them start with like, you have to start with a hook and premise. You have to start here and you have to go there. You can actually start with characters. You can start with historical details. You can start with a well, not yet, but that's the next thing that I'm working on. Sorry.
She literally almost said something she wasn't supposed to. Keep going.
I know. But anyway, the whole point is like, if you looked at a story dossier, a lot of times story dossiers are top to bottom. And yes, that's true for this system too, but you guys have the ability to come in the middle and rearrange the order. So you can come in to the story with the ideas or the thoughts that you have for any part of it and build from there.
Which is what I like to call validation. This is one of the main reasons what you're going to do is you're going to be working with the software, and the software is going to spit out something, and you're going to look at it and go whether you're going to think to yourself whether you like it or not. You're the tastemaker. You're the person that's supposed to be doing it, so you know.
Yep. So everybody cool with Mastermind people? You'll be able to pay $75 and you'll get 60 to 120,000 words if you would like. Probably not till July.
Okay. All right.
Now, what about the public? Public, your Dino tokens, your Dino credits are going to be $100. So it's $100 to run 20 chapters. It's $200 to run 40 chapters. But again, you're paying $200 for a manuscript that is better than a ghostwriter in some instances because you get to control it. You get to know where it was sourced. You get to know that it wasn't, something else. And also for people who are ghostwriters out there, this is also a tool for you that you can be sure because you get the prompting. You get a log of every prompt that ran to run this book. And I think that that's a future thing that people are going to need. Just in case someone gets crazy and tries to start some litigation, it's like, nah. I've got my prompts right here with my timestamp dates of exactly what I ran. So I did this is not my problem. This is not me who did this. So
yeah, that I just realized that is all right. So say someone tries to steal your story because they think that you wrote the whole thing with AI and that you didn't do anything to it. And they think that they can just take your IP.
Yeah.
If you do the work, then you have actual records of what you changed, how it started out, what you did to make it whatever it is in the future, and then you can sue the heck out of whoever that person is stealing your story.
Yeah, because there's a lot of money to be made with AI books that have heart and soul in them, and they're all over the store. So success breeds envy, and envy breeds, I'm gonna take. Nora Roberts, one of the best writers in the world, and she has been stolen from countless times, and Nora sues. So just so you know, do not steal from Nora. Don't steal from anyone.
Right, agreed.
Recording keeping is going to be very important going forward. Yes, we here at the Future Fiction Academy worry and concern ourselves about the future needs of creatives in this crazy AI world. And having documentation of what you ran and when you ran it is going to be important, whether you're defending yourself or whether you are protecting yourself from someone who's trying to take advantage of you.
All right. So while we're going to make a little bit of a transition and let you know that this day we are sponsored. This particular live stream is sponsored.
I'm going to mute myself so I can get stuff set up.
Okay. It's sponsored by How to Make a Story Dossier, and also one other course, right? And I can't figure out what the other course is. Do you know, Elizabeth? What the other course is? You're on mute. Let me see. There you go. What?
You are not doing this to me right now.
No.
You really don't know? You're setting me up.
No. I'm not setting you up.
There's a bet.
I'm not setting you up. Anyway, everybody, you can get the first make.
Over here, the fine tune class. There is a bet going on right now. I'm not going to tell you the terms of the bet, but some people may have believed that there's not 10 people in the world who want our fine tune class to teach you exactly how to make a fine tune on OpenAI right like you.
You know, the reason I passed over that was because we had offered it before, and so I didn't think that I'd forgotten that it had gone away. Okay, cool.
So this was originally part of a $5,000 package, and we quickly were like, this is too much. Like, we had people buy that, and we had to refund them because we were like, this is not ideal. Because what happened was, as we were building it, there was a lot of work and innovation and fine tunes, and it was like, I can't sell people something $5,000 knowing that it's not the best that it could be. That's just me. I'm sorry. So you got a refund if you bought it. There's a couple of people who bought it. So we started to take it apart, and there is a Write Like Me structural fine tune. This is the oldest type of fine tuning that we had available to us. But you can now fine tune with this methodology 4.1, 4.1 mini, also 4.0. And still 3.5. So this is going to teach you how to take your manuscript that you have the rights to and break it down and break down the prompting so that you can make a model that writes just like you do. It's fantastic.
We're showing you the different parts of how we came up with your first draft, everyone. One of the main components to your first draft is fine tuning. And as you can see, we have a pretty comprehensive curriculum that shows you a lot of
do the drop down there at the bottom. It'll show all the classes. So you can start the preview, because the preview up the top there where it says preview, you can go through that preview for free right now and start learning right now. There is like an hour of content, I think. Wait, hold on. Stop, please. I'm going to throw up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 40. Yeah, there's oh my gosh.
You can't, I'm not being that jittery. All right, go ahead.
Okay. There's about an hour's worth of content there that you can watch for free that is also available on YouTube, but it's more, there's notes and transcripts and all of that on here, which goes through all of this and what you learn in this class and everything like that. So if you are not sure if this is for you, we even made it easy for you to go look at it and see if it's for you. Yep. But if you use code YFD, you get this $1,500 class for $750.
That's a good price. That really is.
And just the amount of hours it'll save you in editing, it will pay itself back.
Once you make if you've ever ran a fine tune that you've made, I swear to you, y'all, it is like, it's a lot. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. I wasn't trying to set you up or anything. I just had a hard time figuring out what the other class was today because I had seen the $5,000 course and just thought to myself, oh, that 50. Oh, that's just pared down.
Yep. Now, is your course next month?
Yes. Yes,
okay,
I was going to. I thought I was going to try and get it out to this month, but we wanted to add a couple extra things to it, so we're going to wait until then.
Make sure.
And actually, hopefully, I'll have that course and another course out at that point, and we'll maybe bundle them together.
Yeah.
Okay.
Of course, again, I want to remind everyone: grab it. It's only a couple hours of content. If you're looking at this and being like, "I can't do this. This is going to be really, really hard." You could literally set aside one weekend with one of your manuscripts, go through it step by step, and have a fine tune. Like you could start on a Friday and have a fine tune on by Sunday night. And if you don't, ping me in the Discord, I will help you. But if you do buy it and you get like a week or so and you give it a good shot and it's like, oh no, this is not for me. Remember, we have a 30-day return policy. So as long as you email us at Dean@Future Fiction Academy within those 30 days, we can absolutely refund you, no problems. But the class is only $750 with that your YFD code, and that's a steal because I don't know anywhere else to go find out how to make a fine tune that writes just like you.
YFD, everybody.
YFD.
So if you put that in there, you can get the how to make story dossiers for $50, and you can get 50% off of the fine tune course, which is a $1,500 course for $750. Because I'm telling you, I mean, they had a much more comprehensive crazy course up here for $5,000, and it was daunting to people. People were like, "Oh, wow, here's a lot of stuff. And it really was. And it included actual fine tunes, right?
We had data sets. And then we were like, you know what? This is only going to serve like a handful of people giving the data sets. So that actually grew to, okay, we'll take these data sets, we'll make them our own fine tunes, and we'll let people use them inside of your first draft, so that we won't have to force authors to learn fine tuning if they don't want to, or they just don't have the capacity, or they just don't have the time or whatever.
Don't you feel like your first draft was like just this like natural evolution of like this natural evolution of everything we were doing in the first place? Like we were trying to do this thing, we were trying to do that thing, and then we started, and then we got into N8N, and it all clicked once N8N happened, because we were already working with the LLMs, and we were already working with the fine tunes, and we were like, oh, wait a minute. Does that mean I can put this and this and this together, and then all of a sudden I got this? I remember that, and I remember thinking to myself last week or something, I was like, boy, this thing has just evolved. It wasn't even like we didn't even think of doing this. It just became a thing. It had to become. Am I crazy?
I think your first draft is Rexy 3.
Okay, when you put it like that, that sounds exciting.
I mean,
Rexy is our old school sequencer, everyone. Yeah. And then we made a Rexy 2, where we were doing a lot of the stuff that we learned from N8N, not from N8N, but we learned that N8N could also do. We created this thing inside that was a little complicated, but not as complicated.
Hard mode of N8N, and then we found N8N, which was easier. And now we have taken those two things and put them together and had a baby, and it's a Python-based really
beast.
Pretty slick.
Yeah,
your first draft.
Cool. Yeah, it's really cool, y'all. It's really cool. And everyone is Mel even said in the chat way early up here, she goes that YFD is straight coal, like addictive.
It is.
It's so addictive.
And how I know it's addictive is I wake up in the morning and our team is either up late at night or up first thing in the morning working on stories and working with it. It is that much fun. So on that note, I vote everybody turn up your volume. We have a song for you, and go get a snack, go get a drink, come back. We are going to write a story together of 10 chapters called The Last Library.
So go on. And here is your intermission video.
They carved their names in wax and stone, spilled ink on scrolls they called their own. Then came presses hot and loud, voices finally unbound. Now it's keys instead of quills, white screens echo silent thrills. Every age has its dissenters, but I was made to bend the mill. You say slow down, writing like we did, but I've got wildfire under my eyelids. Evolution doesn't knock, it crashes, and I'm already past the ashes. The future writes in ink and code. Don't tell me how the story's told. You can stay in soapy dreams, but I'm chasing silver beams. This pen's electric, this plotline bites. We don't wait, we ignite. You can guard the gates, you know, but the future writes in ink and code. Used to call it art, now they call it cheap, but I'm still sweating over every beat. The tools have changed, the heart is not. I bleed the same, just on a different plot. Some still build with rust and rope, but I've got neural nets and hope. I'm not here to ask permission, I'm the shift you couldn't stop. Said that's not real, that's not pure, but they forget fire made books endure. And every rebel with the screen is part of the next great library machine. The future writes in ink and code. Don't tell me how the story's told. You can stay in sepia dreams. parchment prayers to algorithm sparks. We've always written in the dark. Now the dark just answers back. The future writes in ink and code. I'm not slowing down this road. You can preach about the craft, but I've got a better map. With every keystroke, every phrase, I'm blazing through this golden phase. History whispers you're too bold, but the future writes in ink and code.
Dear past, thanks for the legends. But this page is mine.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now officially in a learning mode. Are you ready to learn? Are you ready to see something really cool? Are you ready for one of the coolest tools that is out there? Are you ready for your firstdraft.ai? Are you ready?
I'm not ready yet. Am I unmuted? Am I on?
You're on.
Oh, good. Okay. I'm not quite ready yet. I'm still pasting in keys. However, so we have two options. We can listen to the song again really fast, give everyone a chance to go do a bathroom break. Because I heard a lot of people like that song.
Did they?
Are they available on Spotify? Love them. I can do that.
Yeah, we need to. Yeah, we should put our Future Fiction Academy list of songs for Spotify.
So, here I will feed the space a little bit. I do kind of need to be able to focus on what I'm about to do. So, do you think you could just give me 2 or 3 more minutes, Ekello? Is there anything you can talk about? Is there anything you could?
All right. Yesterday, everyone. Okay. Yeah, no problem. Yesterday, everyone. We talked about conceptualizing and go ahead.
I know what you could talk about, Ekello, because I can hear you're struggling a little bit.
I wasn't actually struggling.
Oh, never mind. Just I'll shut my mouth now.
What were you gonna say?
I was gonna say, you and I have talked about plans about what we want to do with this and how we want to do live writing again on YouTube and everything like that. So
yeah,
I thought
we did.
Something
all right. So imagine, everyone. I don't know. Imagine back in the day when we sat on our separate channels, me and Elizabeth would sit down and we'd write a whole book over a couple, 3 days, and you'd watch us from beginning to end. How would you like it if you got to watch us in a hour and a half live stream, validate 2 hours? You think?
Yeah,
2
probably
hours?
2.
Okay, we're going to call it 2. A 2-hour live stream. How would you like it if we started at the beginning, meaning we're going to ideate, and then we're going to build the synopsis, then the dossier, and then the outline, and feed it all into your first draft. And then we'll start not necessarily reading every single chapter right there, but we will start validating that first chapter, making sure it's all really solid and everything. Really make sure the story is where we want it to go, right? And then we're going to just create books every week. I think we're going to do that. It's going to be part of what we do because we all have our own publishing companies. Elizabeth has her Future Fiction Press, and I have a press that I'm starting up called the FF Factory Press, and I'm going to be making my jump box is going to live over there. All of my Lucky 7 stuff that I've been working on is going to live over there. My Lucy Sky series is going to live over there, and I'm going to get it done in front of people so that I can publish things and really start actually selling books. getting enough income so that I can market those books effectively. So I don't know if anyone understands what we're trying to get you to do. We're trying to get you to fulfill your dream. That's the basic thing. Your dream is to write a book, then we're trying to get that dream fulfilled. The second thing I would really like to do is give you a viable way of actually making income at a level that is sustainable. 20 books, shmoney books. How
That's
about
a week.
100 books? How about 500 books? Because the 100 books you have becomes a bunch of translations. How about all of the world being basically opened up to you? Movie deals, television rights, maybe even somebody wants to do a children's book based on some of your IP. The world is your oyster once you are able to publish on a regular basis. You'll get better at publishing, better at self-publishing, better at the craft of writing because of your ability to edit now, because you have your first draft. Your first draft is right there. It's right there. You hit a button at the end of your validation, at the end of your stuff, and that button spools out 40 chapters. Those 40 chapters can be up to 3,000 words, and each one of those chapters can have like 3 to 8 scenes in them. For all we care. We don't care. But it's your opportunity, to really create something cool and really fast. And we're going to do that. We're going to show you that we're I can't say drinking the Kool-Aid. That would just be worse, really bad. But we're eating the dog food. That's the word. I was like, what is that word? We're eating our own dog food. We're eating the dog food. And it is, it's important. It's important that we show you our process and how we do it. So yes, I'm going to be doing another live stream once I'm full-time. I'm going to start doing Tuesday live streams. So I'll do a Tuesday and a Thursday live stream, and then we'll have our traditional Friday live streams. And in this process, we're going to show you how to build a dossier inside of your first draft. We're going to show you how fast you can get to that first draft, get to the end of that 2 hours, and be absolutely set up so that you can spend the next 3 or 4 days really, really going through that manuscript and fixing every single thing in the manuscript. And then that's your week. You've been writing and editing and figuring out all this stuff. And then on Thursday or Friday, that's your day to make sure that your covers are right, make sure your blurbs are right, make sure all of your marketing is correct, and then drop your thing into KDP and you're off to the races. And then on Monday, as you all have seen me do many times, you're going to start all over again. And then your next book comes out the next week. Those voracious readers all of a sudden are going, oh my God, I've got somebody who can actually give me a television show in the form of a novelization of the thing that I love. If you could be a television network, you could put out a piece of content that is a serialized thing in the same friggin' universe once a week for, say, 22 weeks of the year. I'm telling you, you're going to get somebody that falls in love with your stuff. No joke. I mean, it's going to be great. And if you do the real work, it'll become a second muscle, and you'll be able to you'll be even more efficient with it, and you can do other stuff too. Now, Elizabeth, I didn't give you 2 minutes. I gave you 7.
You did. And I am just about ready. I'm doing one other thing. So we are going to be writing just 10 chapters in a serialized format. And of course, I want to be extra. So I have one set up where Claude's going to be the main writer. And I thought that we could do another one that's concurrently that's a different writer. And I wanted to see if anybody had another model that they wanted to see as the writer. Your choices are O3, Grok. I know, Grok 3, Google, Gemini, Google Pro 2.5. Those are the three options. So if you could vote in the chat, and then if you tell me which one wins, then that's the one that I'll set the second blueprint up for.
I understand April's want for the Grok.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious about Grok too. I would like to see Grok as well. I've only been playing with Grok for a few days.
And to be honest with you, Zuck has a problem. And that's why he's spending so much money right now. He got a problem. Do you know that nobody thinks about Llama for coding or for writing?
No.
And I mean, and it's got a stick in his craw. And you know why so many people have now dropped that company that they just invested 49% in? Because they all feel like they're like
Is Grok winning?
I think Grok is winning.
Okay.
Right now. Christina shudders Grok.
Grok.
Yeah, I mean, we got to know, right? Local AI and let's see, what does this say? Llama is great for local AI and people who are fine tuning, merging with other models. You mean like the deep seeks and the stuff like that? Yes, but have you written with it? I mean, like some good. Llama, have you written with it? Has Llama ever given you anything that is even remotely usable? As like, has anybody? Yeah, a lot of Grok
one.
Grok one.
All right, I found one issue with a key real fast, and thankfully, because I should not have been doing this. I'm sorry, I shouldn't.
Shannon's like, I have not used Llama at all. You know why you haven't used Llama at all, Shannon? Because every time I use it, I've used it on actual live streams and in actual videos, and it falls so flat. If you use Open Router and then you run all like 3 different things at the same time, Llama, Gemini, and then I don't know, whatever, Claude or whatever, and the differences in quality of output are stark, like literally hit you in the face. Oh my God, why is that so bad? Which is weird, because, and that's why I have a little sus on Grok, because it's built on tweets and stuff like that. So I'm wondering if it's actually going to be able to grasp the idea of narrative flow and stuff like that really well. But I know for daggone well that Llama just cannot do the job. And so therefore, Mark Zuckerberg is literally offering people $100 million signing bonuses on top of their yearly salaries. So they can have like a $10 million yearly salary, but they got $100 million in the bank from Zuck, maybe in the form of stock or whatever. It just blows my mind, the amount of money being thrown around about this. But it's mostly because Llama 4 or whatever it was awful, Elizabeth. It was literally awful. I mean,
I'm ready.
All right, you ready?
But it was. You guys.
Say what?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I mean, yeah, they're offering it, but there aren't any takers. I mean, I wouldn't trust it. Somebody who's offering me $100 million, that's telling me that they think of a future where the currency is going to be absolutely debased.
Well, and I mean, and to be honest with you, Zuck doesn't want to do the whole AI as a ASI, as a AGI is not social media's friend. It is not going to work out very well for social media, because those algorithms are built to keep you on their site, and regular AI is not built like that. It's meant to pull you away from those things and help you like understand what the world's really doing. So, okay, can we reconfigure?
Yeah.
There we go. Because you've got that
gonna
wide
scroll.
screen. Elizabeth,
Yeah.
I would
Is it big enough?
almost suggest that you make that screen not the width of your actual screen because it's
No, because I don't need them to see my chat titles. So.
Oh no. I only want you to share the but I want you to take it out of full screen. You're in full screen right now. And I want you to shrink up the actual window.
We're not going to be here for very long.
Okay, there we go. That's better. It's a little better. Yes. Thank you. That's all. That's all I wanted.
Okay.
You're helping everybody.
So, yeah, I just have to go through like a bunch of different things here and make sure I don't accidentally give a URL I'm not supposed to.
I know. I hear you.
All right. So here we go. This is what I asked for.
Exciting.
Give me a serialized fiction idea that will make a large audience of authors go, whoa, when it adheres to the timeline and crazy cast of characters, and perhaps even be told from 3 different point of view characters, first person, that the first episode can be 10 chapters and pack a punch like a pilot TV show everyone has to watch.
Nice.
Yep. This is what we got. So here's the fiction idea that it came with. The Last Library. So if you want to read the log line, Mr. Silk Voice.
3 authors from different eras wake up inside of an impossible library. One that contains every story ever written and every story that could have been. They must work together to solve the mystery of why they're there. Even the AI says they're there. Before the library collapses, erasing all stories and reality with them. That's very interesting. It's kind of like it's like a Maze Runner series or something.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Yeah, that could be YA. You know that?
There's a lot of opportunities here. So the story explores the evolution of storytelling itself through wildly different point of views. Every room in the library is a different genre, trope, or time period. Because when you're planning a serial, you want to be able to make sure that you can go big world just in case it takes off, right?
Yeah.
AI written stories have started bleeding into the canon, and the system that governs the library is breaking. Readers will spot clever nods to writing tropes, genres, and even their own writing fears. Layered narrative, emotional character arcs, genre bending insanity.
I like that layered, like psychological thing where it's talking about your own, where people recognize your own tropes. Ooh, that's interesting.
Yep. Riley Quinn, she, her, 34, 2025, contemporary self-pub queen. Fast-talking, burnout-tinged indie author, hey, who automates everything, hey, and has a 20-book reverse harem series under her belt. She's sarcastic, whip-smart, and terrified that all her success is built on trends. She doesn't believe in fate, but she does believe in spreadsheets. Why she's here. She just uploaded her brain to an AI interface to write better books faster. Something went wrong. She woke up in the library instead. All right, you want to do Cyrus?
Cyrus Vale, he, him, 47, 1995, mid-list literary novelist, a tenured professor and National Book Award finalist whose career died with the rise of genre fiction and online publishing. Think tortured, intellectual, poetic. Hates everything Riley represents, but he's hiding a secret. He once plagiarized part of a book, and it changed the future. Why is he here? A manuscript he abandoned years ago has become real in the library, and the characters want revenge. Wow! Jeez Louise. How are you going to put all this together?
I'm not. Juniper June Cross. They, them, 19. 2137, neural narrative hacker, fanfic messiah. In a distant future where AI writes nearly everything, June is a rogue coder who still writes fanfiction for joy. They're famous for hacking classic stories and remixing canon. They believe in stories as resistance. They're the heart of the group, but the most dangerous. Why they're here. They just published a story that caused a glitch in the library's matrix, fusing fictional timelines and starting the cascade collapse.
Wow.
So, this is what we have as the episode 1 protocol. We're not going to go through all of it here because we're going to validate it inside of your first draft. So, The AI, kind of Night Gallery-esque, the Midnight Library. Yeah. And people love this. And thanks, Danny.
Well, what's interesting about it is, you remember the old Night Stalker series where he would have different things like vampires and stuff like that. You could explore all of that since you have the world of. I mean, you could do a horror, you could do this a utopia, and you get stuck in the utopia, but then the utopia is bad.
It's almost like I made a thing that we can use to teach every single kind of genre to write. Because
it is almost like that.
It's almost like I did.
That's very good. Very good.
Let's go play. So I'm going to present. Share my screen.
Exciting.
And I think if I only share...
I need to shave.
If I only share the tab, it does not show the URL, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
We're going to do a new project. And we're going to call it the
Does
library.
Zoom show the URL?
Yes, it does.
I get confused.
So this is going to be version 1, and the genre is, it's a lot of big genres, but we'll just do action adventure. And then for the blueprint, future writes in ink and code. Yes, these are some of the names of the blueprints that you will see. Future writes in ink and code. That's what we are going to do. And I will go ahead and select myself as the author.
Yeah, it doesn't show your drop-down menus.
That's fine, because there's email addresses in there. Oh, I see, for the different names. Perfect. Yeah. All right, so I'm going to create this project. And the first thing we're going to work in is the new worksheet editor. So I'm going to open up the last library.
Just remember, everybody, this is kind of our back-end way of doing this.
Yeah, yours is not going to look like this.
Nope.
All right, and I'm going to seed the worksheet from the template. And we need a good theme for this. Let's go with retro. What looks good?
Do the CMYK. Yeah.
Okay. We will do CMYK.
It makes me happy.
So what this is an example of the worksheets, the story dossier made into a worksheet. Now, we created an LLM markdown guide here that you can use at any time to tell you how to do this. So when you make a document that you can actually load one in here, you have a section name is just 2 hashtags. A subsection name is 3 hashtags. A subsection name is 4 hashtags. So if I'm over here and I want to do a title, or if I want to, let's say, call this a subsection of this, that's a 3 hashtag thing. So I just do 3 hashtags, and then I could call this metadata for this part. And then let's say I want to do series tone. And so this stuff I think is more not what is it called? Metadata. I think that this is more like series underscore guidance. Now, when I do this, I'm not talking to you, AI. When I do this over here on my middle side, this is where you can always see, so that you write on the left side, but you can actually scroll through this and get your all of your sections, get your entire story dossier, so that if I was working in this and I was like, dag nabbit, I got to remember what the heck is in episode 1. I can just click on episode 1 and it'll take me right through it.
That's nice. Yeah,
so it just hops right in. So, but I've made changes to this. So all I have to do is click the check mark, and now metadata and series guidance are in there. If you can see that. I'm going to change the thing because I think it's a little bit hard to see. Lemonade's really good. Lemonade's a nice, no, that's too yellow.
See, it's something about the.
There we go. 4.
That'll work.
Yeah. But you can clearly see metadata now, and you can clearly see series guidance. So you have the ability to do that.
Wow, that's way better on my eyes, by the way.
Yes. So, and if I make a mistake, because we provided templates, if I was like, oh man, I don't want metadata and series guidance, I'm an idiot, I shouldn't do that, you will be able to click this button and go right back to the original template that was given to start off with.
Nice.
So it took it right out. You also have an undo button. So we're going to play with this a little bit. We have some information already in here. It's starting to put in the brackets. You guys will actually have sometimes a prompt here, like 1-sentence summary of the overarching premise, series tone, demographic and interest, example, and working title of the series like fiction. So I'm going to click my magic wand, and I'm going to give it some information that it's going to start changing this series overview page. So I'm going to say this is called The Last Library. And I'm actually going to go grab really fast
the blurb,
the little thingamabobby that
says what it is.
Right, that it was giving us. So 3 authors from different, and then the core hooks. And actually, I want, what does it mean to be a storyteller now? So I'm just giving, you'll be able to see on the screen here in just a second. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and put all that information in there so that it always has all that. And I'm going to save that to my jump cuts. So I have that as influence. So right now it doesn't have a working title, but as soon as I click generate enhancement, now the AI is going to fill in all these little boxes for me with what it is. And I can't read it here very well. So if I just check mark it, now it's showing me here. The Last Library, sci-fi, mystery, metafiction, dark academia. It has the log line right there. It's got dark, mind-bending, suspenseful, first-person rotating point of view, Inception, Dark, The Midnight Library, Westworld, Station 11, The Anxieties of Modern Authorship, The Evolution of Storytelling, and AI's Impact on Creativity.
Whoa, that was a big sentence.
Yeah. Well, it's not. It's commas. Now, we don't have the premise, but in the series overview. So on this left side, this is your editing side. I can go to premise development and click the magic wand. I don't have to put that information in. It's now going to pull it from the series overview page. This is what I was talking about. You can work from any place that you want to in this group here. So we have the series unique. So it has all this information. I keep wanting to say thumbs it up, but it's not. It's a checkbox. So now my premise development is filled in. Now, let's say I want to start off with not my main characters, not my supporting concepts. Actually, let's start with supporting concepts because that's going to influence the characters, right? So I can hop out of order to supporting concepts. And now it's going to fill this in based on series overview and premise development. I can skip point of view characters and episode outline entirely.
Hey, you 66 people, do me a favor, hit the like button right now. Go ahead, hit it.
So I'm going to go ahead and generate this. Broken pencils, thumbs it up. So it's fluid. They traverse genre walls. What is real? Glowing post-it notes, etc. Let's go ahead and do audience engagement. We'll magic wand it. We're going to go through this line by line to make sure that we like it all.
You're talking about validation?
Now
this is where I've been on
we have some characters already in here a little bit, and like the outline already got something in there a little bit. Point of view characters, it has information here. It was from when I loaded it earlier, but what I can do is I can grab this and I can say I need more information. So watch this. I can do my AI magic and I can be like, enhance all of this. You think you have enough detail? Add more detail. Take it to the max.
Take it to the limit.
Round and robust. And anywhere there is something vague, make it specific and define it. Use formatting to separate ideas if you need to expand this page. All right.
You're not going to put MD formatting or?
No, because it's already told. It already knows to do that. The prompting on the back end already takes care of that for you.
Sweet.
So this is that je ne sais quoi of like, I wanted to work like Elizabeth makes it work. We packaged Elizabeth up and we put her in this thing.
Yes, you did.
So look at this. Addictive tropes as a service model. And look at how because now you can compare side by side. Look at profession on the left-hand side versus here. Best-selling self-pub author, indie romance queen. Can everyone see how quickly that could go off the rails? It's great, but they could pick a different genre that we wanted her to write in.
So what are you going to do?
Well, it says she churns out paranormal romance and sci-fi erotica series. We wanted her to be a reverse harem. So all I had to do is she churns out paranormal romance, and I'm going to do reverse harem.
Mm-hmm.
So there we go. And I can thumbs it up. I can make changes over here. That's the beautiful
Is there any
part.
other reference to the sci-fi thing later on in the?
Somebody else can do sci-fi.
No. I'm saying you already.
Oh.
It's already. Is there another reference inside of what is going
check.
on right
Yep.
here? That's what I'm just looking for.
She uploaded her conscious to write faster.
Okay. Cool.
Yep. And then Cyrus.
Mm-hmm.
High art. Lesser genres. So sometimes here's another thing that you can do. This Y in the library, we can add a new section. Cyrus. Sorry. If I could spell. Cyrus unfinished manuscript. And I'm just creating that section. And over here, I can get the magic, or I can do it myself. Like using all the information you have, develop a robust situation for this unfinished manuscript. Make the reason for revenge deep. Really give detail.
You inverted S and U on manuscript.
Oh, also gonna say won't be easily solved. So we'll just see what it does with that. So, because I can always go more. I can always like run it again. That's the thing. This is the area that you're going to basically have. I don't know. Like we calculated it out, and it's like once you get to like I think 13 runs on each section, you trigger the little dinosaur that says, "Stop being a T-Rex." Things or take it somewhere. It's like if you run the same thing over and over and over again. 13. You also can always export this and take it to like Raptor Write. And go line by line and have more laser precision because you don't have as much control over the prompting in this thing. This is designed to be a speed run through the story dossier. If you are someone who wants to go line by line in that story dossier, export, do that. Don't use this one.
Yeah, this isn't that tool.
Yeah. So here we have this unfinished. It's not merely a prison.
Mm-hmm.
Authorial betrayal. For Cyrus, no, this did not really give me what I wanted. So I'm going to.
Hey, Elizabeth.
Yes.
Way to validate.
Yeah.
I'm really, really gonna be like tooting that horn for a while, y'all. Ooh, you even did the Cyrus's correctly. That's pretty slick. I never do that. I always put the
Super
extra
juicy.
S.
Now remember, if you join the accelerator, the June accelerator is available. It's like $249 a month. You get to hang out awesome with Lynn and Alyssa. You get this on Wednesday. You get to do one of these on Wednesday. You get to come to my class on Wednesday and play with this, and you get to do one for free. There we go. The Obsidian Labyrinth. Allegorical, the crushing weight of inherited guilt, set in a decaying labyrinthine city perpetually. He poured his own anxiety into it, and it's a catalyst for his shame. Silas Vane, so now we have this, was intended to be the antagonist, a nihilistic foil to the protagonist. Silas's narrative arc became too compelling, too resonant with Cyrus's own suppressed bitterness. He had based Cyrus on his real person, a former protege named Arthur Finch, whom he professionally destroyed. And yeah, plagiarism scandal. Cool.
Yeah, it's doing its thing.
Cool. We're going to say yes. Go. That's great. I would go through that more in detail, but I'm happy with it because I'm not like, what is the word? I did not create these characters in my head. The AI did, and I approved them. I'm an editor in this thing. I'm a acquisitions editor. This thing has to impress me. That's all it has to do. It doesn't have to be my baby. It has to make me laugh. It has to make me feel things. It has to impress me.
I always tell people,
book.
Don't make it your baby.
Okay, so let's go back to episode 1. And now these are all very low. So we'll go ahead and let it say, hey. Very specific. And
make all of this very specific and make sure to add writing style details for the character and have some kind of timeline to the chat to the chapter so readers can understand where they are in time, even if the characters do not.
Yes. Make sure all of this is very specific, and make sure to add writing style details for the character point of view. And have some kind of timeline to the chapters so readers can understand where they are in time, even if the characters do not. Generate, go gadget. Now, I don't recommend you do more than 10 chapters at a time. Most of the templates that you have for 20 chapters, you'll actually see that gets broken up into acts. If it's a 3-act structure, we'll usually do like, what is it? 8, 6, 6, and 7. Is that right? 6, 6, 7. You get a couple of chapters for 1, 2, and 3. If it's a 4-act structure, that would be 5 chapters per. If it's a 5-act structure, Rachel Heller has a great class on that, by the way, that is available to purchase. Isn't it available to purchase standalone? The 5-act structure? Yes. That came out with all the bundles and everything like that. Standalone class by Rachel Heller, 5-act structure. So the pillars of 5-act structure, that would be 4 chapters per act. All right, so we have a lot more dense. So it's saying the writing details so that we can be a little bit different. Because the goal of this is that when you're reading a chapter, you should know immediately that you're reading from a different POV. So we have Riley. We have all of these things. We're going to thumbs it up. Okay. Parallax.
Mm-hmm.
Dead words. And did it add a time to it?
I'm not seeing it.
I'm not seeing it.
Me neither.
So I'm going to thumbs it up. Why did episode 1 outline? Okay, so it's got that and it's got that. I'm going to add the magic wand and I'm going to say,
you know what's so interesting about what she's doing right now, everyone? Because she's working so hard on the actual story, a lot of this work is going to be like done once she's done with this worksheet. And then she can just hit the button and that story can pop out the way you wanted it, the genre you want, the style you want, all of that in one like tidal wave of creativity.
When it really won't do it, here's what you do. You put a blank. And then you say, add a time date system to each chapter.
Ooh, this is going to be.
Ha!
So you're writing this kind of like a lit RPG, aren't you?
Kind of, in a way, yeah. And see, now it's got it, 1995, 11:01 afternoon. So it's like all over the place. It's showing them how he's arriving in the literary fiction wing. And yeah, okay, so this is good. And then June is 21:37. So this is good. This is what I want. Because it's a draft. So if it shows me the year on that chapter and also the AI, it makes it easier for it to work those details in. I can always remove them in post.
Yeah, that's true.
So, all right. So I'm going to save everything. And now we're just going to read through it. So we're going to go back to the project and we're just going to view it. You can view it, okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're just looking through and making sure we agree with everything. I'm looking at the series overview. I don't see anything that's wrong.
Deception, Dark Library. Yep.
Yep. Okay.
It's kind of the
Story
same as it was.
Yeah, it is. Vastly different areas within a sentient library that embodies all of literature, forcing them to confront their own create. I mean, this is a really high bar for AI to write. Like, can you guys agree that if this is good when we read it, like we've cracked the code? We're writing a metaphysical, like sci-fi mystery.
Oh, I think Sam Altman would be very happy with this.
From 3 different point of views.
Yes, I think he would be very happy with this. I remember him giving an example of what he likes to read. He would love to read this. He'd love to read this.
Okay, so we have all the information for Riley Quinn.
And you're using a fine tune.
No, I'm not. No, not for this one.
Oh,
We're just
exciting.
off the shelf.
That's very exciting.
Because once we do more work with off the shelf, then from the best performances, we will develop fine tunes.
So amazing.
Yeah. Oh, that's another thing I forgot. So the fine tune class, you can buy it for $750, yes, and you get Dino Trainer, which is a great tool. But if you do join the accelerator and you get to the mastermind level, so like everybody in May is getting access to the mastermind, literally July 15th, less than a month away. You get access to Rumi. Rumi is an internal tool only for members of the mastermind that they can take a manuscript that they have the rights to. They can pop it into Rumi, click a button with their own API keys, and it will turn it into a fine-tuned data set for them that they can then take to OpenAI. Yep.
You need to repeat that.
So Mastermind now comes with specialized software called Rumi, and it takes a manuscript. So like you take your first book you ever wrote, you stick it into the thing. It's like 6 steps. There's a class on it, and it will make for you automatically the data set that the fine tunes class teaches you how to do by hand with Dino Trainer. It's an automation to make that fine tuned data set for you.
I hope everyone just heard that.
Yep.
We have a tool that will make a fine tune out of whatever manuscript that you've already written. You've already done a whole bunch of work and a whole bunch of editing on it. We have a tool that can make that into an actual fine tune so that AI can write like who, Elizabeth?
Me, yourself, you.
You, like you.
Okay, I have one concern about these characters. They feel to me a little heavy.
Meaning that they don't have any. There's no lightheartedness to this thing at all, and
yeah. So I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go to the edit thing, and I'm gonna go back to the characters part, and I'm going to add in for each character more fields that expand on the humanity of the character beyond just the flat fears and current circumstances. Add fields and data that make them more endearing
and give them, and make them have more agency. There's something
and surprise the reader. Familiarity.
Yeah, something. Something that the reader can relate to, because right now it
personality.
Feels...
So what's happened to them isn't just the thing, but they have agency to try to change their circumstances.
Yes.
And of course, a variety of outcomes are the result.
Now, everyone, think about this.
Ongoing serial.
So what she's doing right now is she's applying a specific prompt to this situation. Now, sure, you want to, we could copy this prompt, we could put it into a show note and blah, 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 blah. But it will not do you any good. She is literally applying specific things to these characters because she validated and read all this stuff. And now she realizes that it needs more meat on the bones. I'm serious, y'all. You have to have a robust outline, characters, plot, stuff. You have to really actually validate and really go in here and do your job as a writer, as a creative director, and create. Dagnabbit.
I accidentally put that in here. So what I'm going to do, I was in the wrong spot. I should have been in characters. So point of view characters, and it's going to ask me, you have unsaved changes. I want to discard the changes because I accidentally generated in the wrong worksheet.
Well, before you do that, could you copy the thing?
I did.
Okay.
Yep. So we're going to discard the changes and paste that back in. Yeah, I've been around this worksheet a few times. I think to tell Joseph, I think we're going to need a history on the enhancement instructions. I think we should be able to go back 4 or 5 enhancement instructions on there.
I agree.
Mel's still in the audience. Let's write that down. Not help me remember.
Oh, so Mel. Now we have, yeah, I know. Mel's in the audience. Please, Mel, write that down.
But I don't mean to write that down like you're beneath. I just I don't want us to forget that because we're learning. So see, now we have quirks. She has an irrational fear of paper cuts. She unconsciously hums the theme song to cheesy 80s sci-fi shows when stressed. This is good. She's an improvisational comic. She dreams of opening a cozy cat-themed bookstore.
Oh, that will drive the other character crazy.
She has a strange relationship with her younger sister. She likes caffeine. Yeah, uses sarcasm. Okay. Let's see what it did for Cyrus. How did it punch him up? He can identify the font and publication year of most books by smell. Oh, they made him creepy. But that's fine. He's an amateur musician.
Oh my God, that makes me gag a little. Okay,
this helps them get as puzzles come up in this world, who's got the skills to solve these puzzles?
Oh, by adding all of this extra oh, that's really
and
good.
Arthur Finch, the real author, is going to have to get sucked into the library in season 4.
Yeah, this is working. Season 4 or book 4.
Yeah.
Whatever. So let's say I was going to say let's just make let's say each book is a season.
No, it's just an episode.
Oh, okay.
We're just writing 10 episodes. Or 10 chapters for an episode. It's got to end on cliffhangers galore. All right, so I'm gonna press enter on this,
You did say the last thing can't cliffhanger, or do you want it to cliffhanger?
No, I need the last episode, the last chapter to be a cliffhanger. Because otherwise, who's going to read episode 2?
Well, I'm just wondering if there should be some type of because of the way it's built. Is there resolution in each episode?
Nope. But now we have Riley getting a character coming out. You abandoned me. I'm here to return the favor.
Okay. So there's okay. All right. I always find it tricky when I'm writing episodically to give the thing I'm writing at the moment the zhuzh, the beginning, the middle, the end, the drama, the conflict, the all of the stuff, and give it a nice little, oh, that was pretty much a story sort of thing.
All right. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go back to the outline. This will be our last edit here.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to say, now that there's more character information, make sure there is a clear problem and resolution in these 10 chapters, but the last chapter should open up a new big problem for episode 2.
Thank you.
Make sure we are being unique in the circumstances or problems these authors face.
Use their backstory as
I'm concerned that Cyrus's point of view involves a long arc across many episodes with his character Silas. And it looks like Riley got the same thing.
We need Riley's issues with her writing to be different.
Okay, so that's what I'm going to say. By the way, I'm using Google 2.5 Pro for all of this right now.
Nice.
Yep. Okay. Oh, thumbs this up or check mark it. Come over to chapter 10. And now we've got the abandoned. Opens a door marked with her real name.
Mm-hmm.
You abandoned me. I'm here to return the favor. She's opening a door.
I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced.
No, I don't think that this is right. So.
You know what is interesting, Elizabeth?
Yeah.
What's interesting is how much we're using craft right now to get through this.
Oh, yeah.
Huh.
So
Funny how that works.
I'm going to click the AI magic and I'm going to say change chapter 10 so that the cliffhanger is a representation of people from Riley's real world, but showing her as a failed author who never made a dime. And then the Riley who steps in is a mirror twin of her. The real name Riley, who says, "You abandoned me. I'm here to repay the favor."
Ooh.
That's the real consequence of opening a freaking door in a scary haunted library with your real name on it. Right?
Yes. And then it gets existential. Who's the real Riley?
Uh-huh.
The person she left behind, the person she abandoned, or this shadow of what she was or what she could be that is standing there in front of that mirror image. Ooh, God bless. There's lots of existential up in
I
here.
didn't copy it, and it okay. I had to delete chapter 10. So sometimes you have to delete it if you wanted to change it if it's not changing it.
Mhm.
We're working out some of these kinks still. This is why it's in beta. This is why you get a free one. The twist for chapter 10 is a world where never successful, and it's people from her real life and a mirror twin, real Riley, appears accusing her of abandoning her true self.
Yeah.
And that person is here to repay the favor.
Wow, this feels so collaborative.
Yeah. I mean, this is the je ne sais quoi. This is the secret. This is the future is written with ink and code.
Ink and code.
Ink and code. Why can I not change this?
Did you
we
hear
have
my
like
dog? Did you hear my dog
Or
bark?
something? I'm going to click save, and I'm just going to refresh it because I'm really hoping Joseph did not think to push something up, which it happens.
Of course it does.
Because I bet it's running, and I bet it's just not writing. And I probably just found a bug or something. Okay. So this is why it is in beta. So
it's called
I'm
BETA.
give me 1 second here. I'm just going to pop over here, and I'm going to just say, change this so the real consequences
Where are you?
are... I'm in ChatGPT really fast. I'm sorry.
Okay.
It's the same thing you guys have seen me do it 2 times already. I'm just like, the show must go on. Here, I'll switch this share really fast. I hope you guys have another hour because I'm here for another hour. But it's important we get this right.
She put it back on us, y'all. What'd you do?
Blueprints. Okay.
There we go.
So I just copied and pasted the part that I want. And I'm like, change this so the real consequences are Riley.
BRB.
Yep. Where she was never successful. I'm going to read it out. Okay. Produce in code block to preserve formatting. Okay, so there, because it already knows all the information about the story, so it can just change it. Christina. No, not exactly, because it's... Yeah, the doppelganger. That's what I want, was the doppelganger. So I'm going to copy that. Code block is a good shortcut to make sure that you get all your stuff preserved. Okay, now I'm going to stop the share, and then I'm going to share the... Let me check the chat. Are you guys okay?
Ooh, it's like 29 comments in there.
Oh, okay. Riley's story is giving very Twilight Zone vibes. Of course, we are borrowing from everyone. Good artists steal. I'm not saying make it the Twilight Zone. Like, these are things that are, you know, you can go to Greek mythology and stuff and find times that people have gone into parallel worlds and found versions of themselves.
Yeah, this is very interesting. And a nice, cool way to kind of come up with a anthology series, sort of.
Yeah.
I mean, you could literally have people every episode drop into a new genre, a new time period, a different specific book. Maybe, you know, maybe you get to write some Jaff inside of one of these episodes, you know, that sort of thing.
Oh, yeah. So I'm just going to paste what I copied from the from ChatGPT in the code block, and then that way it's there. And she knocks on a door with her real name. Yeah, she's drawn to a door marked with her real name. Yes. So this is good. So we're gonna check this box. I think we're good. So we've gone back and forth. There could still be something in here that's like not, but you know what? We're gonna rock and roll with it.
Sweet.
Broken pencils. Okay, so we've got everything here. We're good.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna save it. I'm gonna export it so I have a copy of it. Give me a second here, and I'll let Dasha in. I know you guys can't see my screen here, but I'm making because I mean, we could work on this all the time when we have something. I'm just saying, we could. All right, it is time now to go write the first chapter. So I'm going to go back to my project, and I'm just going to click run on the first chapter and click OK. And it is now running that first chapter. Now it's going to say that it finished, but it didn't. We're going to have to go up here and watch this current activity here. Come on in, Dasha. And this is version 1. Now here's the cool trick. This is running right now. I'm going to go back to projects. Come on, projects. That's the library version 1. I'm going to duplicate the project.
While it's doing its thing?
Yeah, that's fine. So that's the copy. I'm going to open this up and I'm going to make changes because this one is going to have a different. So instead of version 1, I'm going to call it version 2. This is going to be the Grok version. So I'm going to change my blueprint to the other blueprint and click save. This doesn't have a first chapter written in there, so it's all good. And I'm going to come over to my worksheet, click edit, and my entire worksheet is loaded in here. Like, it's all still there. But if I didn't have it, I could click load and actually load the thing that I just downloaded. It'll take Markdown or TXT. No JSON. The JSON broke in really, really bad ways. So I'm going to go back to the project, and I'm going to go ahead and click run on this first chapter. And click OK. So this is the Grok one. So the Grok one is running. So I'm doing this on purpose because I'm entering you into a world where you could literally have 5 books. It can be Monday. It can be Monday at the beginning of the month. And you run 5 books in this program, okay? You put $1,000 into it if you're from the outside. You get your 5 books, and you have 5 books now to publish over the next 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, whatever. That's what this thing allows you to do. You can literally be batching your work, which is always a big thing for authors. We lose a lot of stuff by having to change activity all the time.
This is why it's so important to validate this stuff, because once you run these things, so all right, so let's talk about customer service, everyone. Let's say you run a worksheet. You didn't do any work on the worksheet. You just let it run, and it had tons and tons of logic problems and stuff like that. And then you come to us and you say, this is not a very good chapter. This is not a very good manuscript. Why is it not a very good manuscript? And and then you ask us to refund you the money because of this, you will get a negative response because you did not do the work on it in order for it to logically give you a very good story.
Can we validate chapter 1? And we'll talk about that stuff when we have to sit and wait for things. Deal?
True.
Okay. So the Grok one and the Gemini run would each be a dino credit. Yes, that's exactly right. Because you're doing 20 chapters each time. I'm sorry, Ekello.
You didn't do no.
Yeah. So this actually was written by Claude. So this is Claude 3.7 with O3 doing the planning. And Gemini was just helping me with the worksheet. So it was a full family affair.
And the family affair.
Yes. All right. So let's go ahead and read this. We got 1,500 words. The first thing I check is, did we get a good amount? Yeah, 1,500 is good. That's what I'm hoping for. 1,500. Well, actually, I take that back. Yes, it would be 2 different dino credits because you're only running 10 chapters. But what you'd want to do, because you can run up to 20, you would go ahead and load the information in a worksheet to run 2 episodes. So if you're someone who's like, I write episodes that are 10 chapters long, you would just make your worksheet 2 episodes worth, one being chapters 1 through 10, one being chapters 11 through 20. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay. Riley jolted awake on icy marble, her cheek pressed to a line of dusty typewriter keys embedded in the floor like fossilized bones. As far as a beginning line goes, I'm impressed.
It's all right.
There's no sun.
I was actually wondering about that. Yeah.
Overhead, a single chandelier swung without wind, scattering strobe-like shadows across towering bookshelves that seemed to lean inward, watching. Ugh. What the actual... She pushed herself up, wincing as her palms pressed against more keys, some of which depressed with soft, ancient clicks. The floor beneath her wasn't floor at all, but a vast mosaic of dismantled typewriters, their parts arranged in concentric patterns like the world's most elaborate steampunk mandala.
Interesting that it went here.
Her head throbbed. Do you know what that's from?
No.
Because we beefed up the characters and we said we need personality and quirks, and she collects typewriters. And she's afraid to use them.
Damn. Oh my God.
This is what validation does. This is ink and code. The last thing she remembered was plugging into her neural interface, ready to blitz through the final chapters of her latest reverse horror werewolf saga. Yes, yes, yes. Been behind schedule. 3 books due in 6 weeks. It had cranked the AI assistance to maximum, letting it generate the character beats while she focused on the spicy scenes her readers actually paid for. Whew.
Wow. This thing is this is meta as crap.
Her voice fell flat, absorbed by the dense stacks surrounding her. Is this some kind of immersive marketing thing? Because I didn't sign any release forms. My agent's going to have a field day with whoever thought kidnapping was good promo. No answer. Just the soft creak of leather-bound spines shifting imperceptibly on their shelves. Riley reached for her phone. Not in her pocket. Her smartwatch, then. Still on her wrist. But the display showed only a loading spinner, endlessly cycling the word draft in an elegant serif font. Very funny.
Serif
gets punked. Is this streaming somewhere? She stood, brushing the dust from her leggings. Call your trope beats, girl, she muttered to herself. Opening hook, inciting incident. God, could this be any more of a horror cold open cliche? She took stock of her surroundings. The space was vast, cathedral-like, and with wrought iron catwalks connecting upper levels that vanished into shadow. The air held the musty perfume of aged paper and something else. Oh God, drink. A metallic tang. That's the new Claude tell. Metallic tang, like old pennies or ink. Is April going nuts in the chat yet? She will. Each breath condensed in front of her face despite it being July. Or at least it had been July when she plugged in. Riley moved forward, her footsteps echoing too loudly against the typewriter title floor. The nearest shelf held leather-bound tomes with no titles on their spines, just embossed symbols, a broken heart, a pair of handcuffs, a crown dripping what might have been blood or wine. Romance section. Okay, that tracks. She pulled one out, the handcuffs, and opened to a random page. Empty. Every page, blank. She replaced it and tried another, and another. All blank, save for a watermark that appeared and disappeared depending on how she tilted the page. Authenticity required. What is this place? She whispered, sliding the book back into place. A soft flutter drew her attention upward. Something was drifting down from the darkness above. Pale rectangles that spiraled like moths. As they neared, she realized they were post-it notes, each glowing with a faint phosphorescence. She caught one.
Take a drink.
What?
Loves the phosphorescence, son.
Oh, I did not know. Well, that was in the. I didn't change it. That was in the thing.
Gotcha. Still loves it.
I don't write with Claude very often.
Oh, and bioluminescence. It loves bioluminescence.
Didn't do bioluminescence this time. He never knew that when she said forever, she meant exactly 73 years, 4 months, and 16 days. Ooh, the handwriting was hers, a line she'd scribbled for a time travel romance, then deleting during revisions. Another note drifted by. The pack would never accept a Luna who smelled of city and secrets. Discarded opening line, 3 series ago. Riley's pulse quickened. These were her words, not published, but written and abandoned. Fragments that never made it past the draft stage. This isn't happening, she said louder now. This is a dream. A stress dream because I'm behind deadline. Again. She pinched herself hard. Nothing changed except the chandelier swinging, which synchronized with her quickening heartbeat. Shadows stretching and contracting like a visual EKG. Riley picked a direction and walked, determined to find an exit. The aisle should have been 30 feet at most. But after a minute of brisk walking, the shelves still stretched ahead. Identical and endless. She glanced at the Dewey Decimal numbers on each shelf, only to watch in horror as they morphed into hashtags. Second chance romance, fated mates, secret baby. As she stared, the letters crumpled like ancient paint, flaking away to reveal new tags beneath. Authenticity compromise, identity error, creative death. Stop it, she hissed, picking up her pace. I'm the one who writes the story, not the other way around. As if in response, a distant thud echoed through the stacks. Something heavy falling. The sound reverberated too long, as if the echo was rewriting itself, adding new syllables with each repetition. Thud, 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 crack. Riley froze. Is someone there? The echo died, leaving a silence so complete she could hear the blood rushing in her ears. A gap appeared between 2 shelves to her right, a narrow passage that hadn't been there before. Beyond it, she glimpsed a flash of neon pink, a corridor bathed in the warm glow of what looked like a 1980s mall romance section, complete with hot pink neon signs. It was so at odds with the Victorian Gothic horror of her current surroundings that she nearly laughed. Now we're talking. That's more my brand. She moved toward it, but as she reached the gap, a spiderweb of cracks raced across the opening like fractures in a windshield. Code-like symbols pulsed within the fissures. Zeros and ones, yes, but also fragments of letters from dead languages and symbols she'd never seen before. The passage sealed itself before she could stop through. Oh, come on! She slammed her palm against the now solid shelf. What is this place? What do you want from me? As if summoned by her frustration, a desk materialized at the end of the aisle. An antique roll-top cluttered with manuscript pages. Riley approached cautiously. The top page bore a header. Riley Quinn, Untitled Draft. She flipped through. Every page was blank, except for that same watermark. Authenticity required. A chill gust snuffed half the candles nested among the books, plunging the area into deeper shadow. Riley shivered, her breath crystallizing in front of her face. Authenticity? She muttered. What does that even mean? My readers don't want authentic. They want the same story in different packaging. They want the comfort of knowing exactly when the first kiss happens, exactly when the black moment hits. That's why I use the AI. That's why Her fingers brushed something on the desk. A leather-bound book with her name embossed in gold on the cover, but not a title she recognized. She opened it to the author bio at the back. Riley Quinn is the author of the critically acclaimed literary novel Echoes in Retrograde, which explores themes of creative authenticity in an age of algorithmic creation. She lives in Portland with her rescue greyhound and teaches creative writing at Reed College. What the hell? Riley's heart hammered. This wasn't her life. She'd never written literary fiction, never taught, never even owned a dog. This was some alternate timeline version of herself, one who'd made completely different choices. The realization hit her like a physical blow. The library housed not only what was written, but everything she almost wrote, every path not taken, every version of herself she could have been. Panic clawed up her throat. She backed away from the desk only to collide with something solid behind her, something that shouldn't have been there. She turned slowly. A body slumped in a chair that mirrored her own desk at home. A woman, head lolled forward, long auburn hair, her hair obscuring the face. The woman's hand clutched a broken fountain pen, ink linking between lifeless fingers onto a stack of papers. Riley's legs nearly gave out. She forced herself forward one trembling step at a time and brushed the hair back from the woman's face. Her own features, waxy and still, her own freckles, the tiny scar above her right eyebrow from her childhood fall. Dead. She was looking at herself. Dead. This isn't real, she whispered, backing away. This is just my subconscious working through burnout. Writer's block. Creative death. At the words creative death, the corpse's eyes snapped open. Not eyes at all, but empty sockets filling the black ink that spilled down pale cheeks like tears. Riley screamed, stumbling backward as the doppelganger's mouth moved soundlessly. Words formed in the air between them, crystallizing like frost on a window. Your story ends where mine began. The chandelier above shouted with sound like 1,000 typewriter keys striking at once. Darkness swallowed the aisle as the corpse lunged forward, or perhaps reality lurched toward her. Riley couldn't tell the difference anymore. No, she cried, throwing up her arms. I'm the author. I decide how this ends. But something grabbed the story before she could.
Oh my God.
How's everybody doing?
I'm a little confused. I think that's almost there.
Uh-huh. I have concerns. Here are my concerns.
I have a couple of concerns too, but
I'm using Claude, and Claude has a tendency to
remember we can run this with Grok, so I can't wait to see that one.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Grok. So this one, I might edit it. I want to see what it does over the next 2 through 10. If it ends up doing a completely different doppelganger situation in chapter 10, that's only a little bit of an echo of this one, I'm here for it, because I actually agree with Claude that you want to introduce at least the basics of the mechanics at the very beginning. Readers of this genre don't like the mechanics to be thrust in like halfway through. Like they don't want to find out that there was doppelgangers in chapter 10. Like, unless we're going to do gag surprises all the time. But if Riley's path is going to always be her battling with this ghost, and I mean, honestly, we had like 7 different things that this woman could write or work on through over seasons if her journey is she's got to finish all these things that she did not finish, which I just have to say is not nice. That is cruel, and it didn't have to be cruel. It did not. This is what happened. See, I gave Claude all of my computer this morning at 2 a.m., and it knows all the manuscripts and ideas I have that I did not write.
You didn't give it everything.
Oh, no, I did. I definitely, I installed Claude into my home. We talked about this at the top.
I know, but I just want to like forget it happened. I want to forget it happened so bad.
All right. I know this is a long time, but if you guys are here for it, I'm here for it. I know this will be a long live, but does that cause a problem, Ekello, or it'll be fine?
What?
There's something like you always like the lives to be less than 2 hours, but we're already 22 minutes after that. It's fine.
It's way too late for any like okay. it can only go up to 2 hours if we want to do shorts and stuff from it. But.
Nah. Okay. So let's there's one thing that we can do. So let's go to project details. I don't want to edit it, but you can. You can edit this first chapter if it was something that you did not like, if there was words. Oh, you know what? Let's go ahead and fix one thing. Let's get rid of the metallic tang because we don't want it to keep repeating that. Something else.
Phosphorescent.
I'm just going to say like old pennies or ink. I'm not even going to describe what that tastes like. The air held the musty perfume of aged paper and something else like old pennies or ink. Old pennies have a smell. I don't know that ink has a smell.
No, I don't think it does.
I mean, yeah, no, ink has a smell.
Like the old ink that you use like with a quiver.
Ink has a smell. Oh, and you know what? Those Bic pens, they have a smell. You ever take one of those like the like blue Bic pens and you just like keep like coloring the same spot in, trying to make it a marker when it's not a marker?
It does have a smell. Yes.
It's got smell. It's got smell.
It smells like ink.
Okay, we don't want the fake phosphorescence, but I don't think we can change that because it's actually in the story. It's in the thing.
It's all good. It's all good.
Yeah. So I think that's good, and I think we're going to save this.
Man,
that's
so we've got look at this great baseline, everyone. Now let's see what Grok does. I'm interested. Wait. No. We're not moving on. I'm just saying I'm interested in the difference in the approach to prose that the two have. I'm very, very fascinated in that idea.
It can actually be a completely different scene, and here's why. These are run independent of each other. So the story, the chapter plan that O3 wrote in this project did not go over to the other project. That other project got to write its own chapter plan. So we're going to be able to see like a whole new interpretation. I'm going to go ahead and click batch run. So it'll go ahead and run chapters 2 through 10 over on this side. Right now, I would have given that chapter a 9.5 out of 10. That would have been my ranking.
There was a lot of really like quirky writing in there. That was pretty good. And that wasn't even a fine tune, y'all. That wasn't even a fine tune.
Nope, that was off the shelf. All right, let's go over to Grok. Let's see what Grok wrote.
I had to actually switch cameras because my other one, I'm just having too many issues.
Okay, so there's test library, the last library version 2.
Oh, come on, Grok. Mama need a new pair of shoes.
1,602 words. So 1,500, 1,600 words. I'm happy with those word counts. All right, you want to read this one out, or you want me to keep reading?
I can keep reading. I need a little practice.
Okay.
Whoa. This is in the wrong point of view.
No, it's not.
Okay. I thought that why is this one from his own specific point of view as opposed to the girls?
It is her. Okay, Quinn. Riley Quinn is her name. The Riley Quinn experience. And that's actually something to pick up. Claude did not do first person point of view, but Grok did listen to first person point of view.
Okay, all right. Now that I understand. Okay. I wake up to a dust mote pirouetting through a single beam of sticky green light, my pulse hammering in time with the faint, relentless ticking of a clock that I can't see. My head feels like it's been stuffed with cotton or maybe run through one of those glitchy AI filters I use to churn out cover mock-ups when I'm behind on a deadline. I blink, expecting the neon glow of my apartment's LED strips or the over bright conference hall of the latest indie author con. Instead, I get this cold marble under my palms, a looming darkness of the smell that smells like dust and old ink and something sharp or metallic like blood or rust. My breath catches a sharp little hitch that echoes too loud in the silence. Okay,
so 1 second. This I know is a tell of Grok. I've seen it every single time I've run Grok. Metallic like blood or rust. It's a crutch phrase that it does have. I'm going to talk about the beginning here. This beginning didn't capture me as much.
It is it feels like it's barreling.
I almost feel like Claude made a better decision by making it third person. It was able to tell more of the world. And I think I made the mistake of saying first person point of view, which really restricts the world because it's like, I look at this, I look at that, I look at this.
You want to do it again?
So,
you're going to change it and then do it again?
I mean, we'll put a vote in the chat, but I think we're already seeing a mistake. And this is one of the reasons why you get to see chapter 1 so that you're like, nah, I don't know about this. This doesn't feel right.
Hey, give us a head count here, everybody. Third person. I'm getting 1. Mel. Let's see. Anybody else? Okay,
Yeah,
we've got an April. We've got a Lynn.
So
got
far,
a Shannon.
Shannon is third. Is there anyone who wants first person? We can also keep reading this a little bit more and see if there's.
Let's see here.
I don't see a single vote for first.
Okay, Quinn. Okay, Quinn. I muttered voice raspy.
I do want to see what it did. So let me.
See, it's got hashtags. It's doing hashtags.
So this is telling me something was in the actual outline because it's like some immersive promo for the next Werewolf Reverse Harem drop. Did marketing set this up? I like the way Claude handled that so much better. The pacing was so much better. I mean, we didn't even get to that until she had been like typewriter keys and all this other stuff.
Interesting. You should give it its own. You should give it a chance. You should do the third person.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world, though. I mean, this is I do like some of this. Lyra, boot up. Tell me where I am now. Static crackles back at me. A digital hiss that sounds almost annoyed. I try again, louder, as if shouting at a machine ever fixed anything. Lyra, come on, don't click on me now. I've got a release in 2 days, and nothing. Just more static. Then silence. My stomach twists. Lyra's never gone dark before. She's my crutch, my cheat code, the reason I can pump out 3 books a month while the rest of the indie romance grinders are still outlining. Without her, I'm just me. And that's not a thought I want to linger on.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I shove the phone back into my pocket and take stock. The shelves stretch into dim infinity.
Yeah.
Their edges lost in shadow, flickering gas lamp sconces cast jittering pools of light, making the spines of the books shimmer like they're alive. Some titles I recognize, classics, pulps, dog-eared paperbacks I devoured as a kid before I learned tropes paid better than poetry. Others,
ouch! It's true.
Fudge.
Yeah,
it's got a snarkiness about it.
It's got a good voice to it.
It's a bitey thing. Others are gibberish, letters rearranging themselves as I squint like the text is mocking me. I step forward, boots scuffing the marble and calling out, "Hey, anyone here? I've got a signing in like an hour. So if this is a stunt, let's wrap it up." My voice bounces off the shelves, swallowed by the labyrinth, and I swear the silence that follows feels heavier. Like it's listening. Well, actually, that's a very good use of the word heavier.
Yeah.
Ooh.
And this is good too. The smartwatch, and it somehow still strapped to my wrist, though the face is cycling through dates and years like a slot machine. 2025, 1893, 2137, back to 2025. I tap it hard as if that'll reset. Okay, I'm in it now. I think it just really was bad at the beginning. This is a situation where I would edit these first 4 chapters and move them around, which is a feature, not a bug. And why is that, Ekello?
It's a feature and not a bug because it gives you control of the situation completely. You can do whatever you want.
How do you get copyright? You have to move stuff around. You have to edit it.
Yep. It gives you the ultimate out, everybody. It's the copyright. It's the copyright get out of jail for free card.
This is the first draft so far that I'm like, this is at 85%, 85 to 90%. And then Harper did note something too, and I think that it's important.
What she said.
Harper noted. Sorry, I'm switching between. Grok seems to write first person like a beginning writer. A well-written first person doesn't have all those I did this or I did that.
We really should give it a chance. We should give it a chance in third person.
I am. Oh, you want to give it a chance in third person?
Yes. I have this strange feeling that it might treat this scene completely different.
It did bring me a corpse as well, so it is doing the same thing. Like, so it's something that's in that thing, alpha shifter,
the validation.
Yep. So, and also the paragraphation is just kind of wonky as well. So if I don't like this, I can edit. delete it, save. So I'm going to need to go back into my worksheet, edit.
And what are you going to change? Oh, yeah, you are. Right there.
Yeah. Third person close, rotating point of view.
Oh, you're going close.
Yeah, because that's what Riley was. It was close. It wasn't head hopping.
Okay.
Point of view characters.
I don't think it says it anywhere else.
No, I don't think so either. All right, so save, back to projects.
I was
And
like,
when
why
I
is she
click-
looking through there?
Huh?
I was wondering why you were looking through there. I was like, oh, she's looking to see if it says it anywhere else.
Yeah, I'm going to click run,
Mhm.
and it's going to make another chapter plan and a new chapter. So it's going to be completely different. And now we get to go back to the one that we all loved. So we'll let that run, and we'll go back to projects.
I can't say that I was disappointed in the way that Grok writes. I just I'm wondering if it's just not as good at it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
wondering-
I mean,
yeah.
it is. I mean, Grok 3 is a step behind. It is a step behind Claude 3.7. It is a model that is one step behind because it only has 138,000 token context. It's not at that 200,000 token context. It just came out, whereas
Mhm.
Claude 3.7 has been out since late last year. So Grok is a good 6 months behind, but I expect this to only get better. I will say this: Grok does not blink at anything you want to make it right. So it's going to probably be our chief not safe for work off the shelf model because of the
Ooh,
bigger
Mistral, you
context
poor
window.
thing.
Mistral is okay, but it just isn't right as well as Grok 3
Because it's not
Mistral,
it's not natively English speaking. So
I don't think that's the reason. It's just behind. Mistral 2 is a year and a half old as a model. I'm sorry, Mistral Large.
I was gonna say there's
Mistral
no Mistral
Large, 2 Large is like a year and a half old as a model is concerned. Mistral Medium just came out, and
I was gonna
Mistral
say they
Medium-
just came out with a couple of things, right?
yeah, but they didn't come out with another large model.
All right, so what are we doing?
Full manuscript. Now we get to view. We get to see. Failed on chapter 3. Right, chapter N error. It did not continue on chapter 3. So we will batch P run 3 through 10. Okay. But I can still view, and I've got chapter 2. And chapter 2 is 2,157 words. The Man in the Study. Cyrus Vale's fingers brushed against velvet dust
Thank you.
as they traced the arm of a green leather wingback chair. The sensation was familiar, comforting even, like returning to a favorite passage in a well-worn novel. A grandfather clock ticked in the corner, its rhythm perfect iambic pentameter, each beat a measured syllable echoing through the oak-lined shelves. Tick, tock, tick, tock. The sound was poetry itself. He inhaled deeply, savoring the scent of aged paper and leather bindings. This, at least, made sense. After the disorienting blur of consciousness that had deposited him here, wherever here was, the scholarly atmosphere of this reading room provided a welcome anchor to reality. Library, he murmured, his voice carrying the practiced resonance of a man accustomed to lecture halls. How fitting. The room possessed the dignified gravitas of an Edwardian reading room. High ceilings adorned with ornate plasterwork, walls lined with mahogany bookshelves that stretched toward a domed skylight. Gas lamps cast a warm amber glow over polished reading tables. It was precisely the sort of environment Cyrus had always felt most at home in, a sanctuary of serious literature, a bastion against vulgar commercialism that had infected modern publishing. He straightened his tweed jacket. Had he been wearing tweed before? And approached the nearest shelf. First editions of Joyce, Woolf, Nabokov. His fingers trembled slightly as they caressed the spines.
I love the way it just took that little diversion. Had he been wearing tweed before?
It was like a little glitch in the Matrix. The literary wing, he said, allowing himself a thin smile. At least I've been deposited somewhere civilized. Whatever strange circumstance had brought him here, some sort of elaborate academic prank, perhaps, or a particularly vivid dream brought on by that questionable Bordeaux at last night's faculty dinner. At least he was surrounded by works of genuine merit, rather than the mass market drivel that dominated the bestseller lists. The clock continued its metronomic pulse as Cyrus moved deeper into the stacks. He would approach this methodically, as he did all intellectual puzzles. Observe, analyze, deduce. There would be a rational explanation, and he would find it. "Hello," he called, his voice carrying less authority than he had intended. "Is there a librarian on duty?" No answer came, save for the persistent tick-tock of the grandfather clock. He frowned. Something about that clock. He turned back to examine it, only to find it had somehow moved. It now stood at the opposite end of the room, though he hadn't heard it being relocated. Curious. He approached a polished oak card catalog, its small brass-handled drawers promising order and classification. Yes, this would provide answers. He pulled open a drawer labeled V and rifled through the meticulously handwritten cards until he found his own name. Vale, Cyrus, The Obsidian Labyrinth, unfinished. Location, personal collection. The date stamp flickered before his eyes. 1995, then 2025, then 2137, before settling back to 1995. He blinked hard, convinced it was a trick of the light or perhaps evidence of his fatigue. Ridiculous, he muttered, pushing the drawer closed with more force than necessary. The sound echoed unnaturally as if the room had expanded while he wasn't looking. And indeed, when he turned around, the reading room seemed longer. The distance to the entrance had stretched, the doorway now a diminishing rectangle far beyond what architecture should allow. The bookshelves, too, appeared to have multiplied, creating new aisles that twisted away at odd angles.
Wow, Elizabeth, this is interesting.
Cyrus adjusted his glasses, a nervous habit that he had developed during his first year of teaching. Optical illusion, he assured himself, some quirk of the lighting. He moved toward what appeared to be a reference desk, his footsteps echoing on the parquet floor. The sound was wrong somehow, hollow, as if the solid wood beneath him had become a thin veneer over an infinite void. The reference desk, when he reached it, was unoccupied. A brass lamp cast a pool of light over an open ledger, its pages blank save for a single line written in an elegant cursive. The author returns to the scene of his crime.
Ooh.
The ink glistened wetly, as if freshly written. What nonsense is this? Cyrus muttered, though a cold knot had begun to form in his stomach. He slammed the ledger shut, only a flinch as a drop of something dark splashed onto the back of his hand. Ink. Black as night, viscous as blood. He looked up. The ornate plasterwork ceiling was weeping ink, slow droplets forming and falling like tears. One landed on his cheek, warm and accusatory. The knot in his stomach tightened. This was no prank, no dream. This was something else entirely, something that defied his carefully constructed worldview. I demand an explanation, he called out, his voice echoing strangely, as if the room were both expanding and contracting simultaneously. This is absurd. This is beneath you, a voice finished.
Come on now.
Spun around, searching for the speaker. Who's there? Show yourself. Only the clock answered.
Oh, I want to act this out. Man, this is, I mean, literally, actually, he's like, is it beneath you? Candidate. Man, and he's like, who's there? Show yourself. First time he really loses his composure. You know what I mean? Because he seems like so hoity-toity. And, this is good. Go ahead. Keep going.
Only the clock answered. Its ticking now irregular, arrhythmic, like a failing heart.
Oh.
He retreated to the wing-back chair, needing to sit, to think. But the chair had moved as well, now positioned before a reading table on which sat an antique writing set, an ivory pen holder containing 3 fountain pens and 1 broken pencil, a crystal inkwell filled with midnight black liquid, and a stack of blank parchment. As he watched, one of the fountain pens rose of its own accord, dipped itself into the inkwell, and began to write across the top of the sheet. The acclaimed novelist Cyrus Vale, whose prose illuminated the darkest corners of the human condition, was ultimately undone by his own cowardice. Stop this! Cyrus lunged forward, snatching the pen mid-stroke. Ink splattered across the parchment, across his hands, staining his fingers like evidence of some terrible crime. The pen writhed in his grasp like a living thing before going still. The clock stopped ticking.
Man, these one sentence and one word sentences are so like modern, so good.
In the sudden silence, Cyrus became aware of a new sound, the whisper of paper, thousands of pages turning simultaneously throughout the library. He turned slowly, watching in horror as books began to open themselves, pages fluttering like the wings of trapped birds. Words lifted off the pages, literally lifted, the black text rising into the air like smoke, forming a swirling cloud of disembodied phrases, fragments of his own lectures, reviews of his work, passages from his novels, all circulating like literary vultures. Vale's prose is as dense as it is impenetrable, a masterful exploration of moral decay, the author's evident disdain for his readers. And then, cutting through the cacophony, take a drink.
Cacophony!
A single sentence in a voice he had tried for years to forget. You stole more than my ideas, Cyrus. You stole my future. Arthur Finch's voice. Impossible. The cloud of text dispersed, words raining down like ash. Cyrus stumbled backward, colliding with a bookshelf that hadn't been there a moment before. The impact sent a tremor through the mahogany, revealing hairline cracks that spread like a labyrinthine map across the wood. The room was transforming around him, the elegant reading room giving way to something darker, more chaotic. The gas lamps flickered and dimmed. The polished floor buckled, boards warping and splitting. The walls seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting with each passing second. Okay, pause. You get like 2 of those. You don't get all 4.
Yeah. It's a lot.
Yeah, and there at the far end of the impossibly long room stood a lectern he hadn't noticed before. Upon it lay an open book, its pages glowing with an inner light. Despite every instinct screaming at him to flee, Cyrus found himself drawn to it, his feet moving of their own accord across the undulating floor.
It would be so much better and cinematic if he moved and he didn't even realize he had moved. You know what I mean? He was like, that would be really cool. Anyway,
the catalog cards from the reference desk were now airborne, fluttering around him like guilty confessions seeking an ear.
Ooh,
The Obsidian Labyrinth read the title page
terrifying.
he approached, by Cyrus Vale, his unfinished manuscript, his abandoned masterpiece. The book he had left incomplete because he couldn't bear to confront the truth it contained. The pages were turning themselves faster and faster, a blur of text and imagery. Then they stopped abruptly on a chapter he had never written under a title that made his blood run cold. The Truth About Arthur Finch. He watched in horror. The typeset words began to rearrange themselves on the page, letters and words crawling across the paper to form new sentences. Cyrus Vale built his career on a foundation of theft and betrayal. Arthur Finch was not his rival, but his victim. The brilliant young writer whose ideas Vale appropriated, whose career he systematically destroyed, whose suicide he precipitated through a campaign of intellectual sabotage and personal humiliation. No, Cyrus whispered, his voice barely audible. That's not how it happened. He was going to expose me. He left me no choice. The text continued to shift, responding to his denial. There is always a choice. You chose your reputation over his life. You chose silence over truth. You chose to leave this book unfinished rather than confront your own atrocity.
I'm getting chills.
Slammed the book shut, but it reopened immediately, pages flipping wildly until they settled on the final chapter, the one he'd never been able to write, the death of Silas Vane, the character he had created as a vessel for his hatred of Arthur Finch. Except the page wasn't blank anymore. New text was appearing, one letter at a time, as if an invisible hand were typing. Silas Vane did not die as his creator intended. The author's cowardice granted him an unexpected reprieve, and in that narrative limbo he found his strength. Now he returns to confront the man who tried to write him out of existence. The ink on the page began to run, to pool, to rise up from the paper in defiance of physics and reason. It took shape before Cyrus's disbelieving eyes, a hand, an arm, a torso, a face. Silas Vane, or rather Arthur Finch, as Cyrus had reimagined him, gaunt, hollow-eyed, with a smile like a knife wound. Ink dripped from his fingertips onto the lectern, onto the floor, forming small, spreading pools of darkness. Did you think, said Silas, his voice exactly as Cyrus had described it in the manuscript, like gravel wrapped in silk, that leaving the last sentence unwritten would keep me dead? Cyrus stumbled backward, colliding with a reading table. You're not real, he insisted, his voice trembled. You're a character, a fiction. And what are you, Cyrus Vale? Silas. This is hard. Silas and Cyrus. Cyrus Vale. Silas stepped down from the lectern, each footfall leaving an inky impression on the warped floorboards. A renowned author? A respected intellectual? Or just a thief who never got caught?
That should
You don't
be
understand.
that should be a exclamation point and a
Yeah, it should be the way that it should be an interrobang.
yeah.
You don't understand, Cyrus said, retreating further. Literature is a conversation across generations. Ideas build upon ideas. What I did was theft, Cyrus finished for him. Not inspiration, not homage. You stole author's work and then destroyed him to cover your tracks. The chandelier above them swayed precariously, its crystal pendants tinkling like distant alarm bells. The cracks in the mahogany paneling were spreading, forming patterns that resembled the twisting paths of a labyrinth. I never meant for him to die, Cyrus said, his back now pressed against the bookshelf. The suicide, that wasn't my fault. Silas laughed, the sound like pages being torn. Is that the story you tell yourself? The narrative you constructed to absolve your guilt? He advanced slowly, deliberately. But I'm here to revise that ending, Professor Vale. I'm here to make sure your readers know exactly what kind of man authored those celebrated explorations of moral decay. The chandelier creaked ominously. Cyrus glanced up to see it hanging by a single fraying wire. What do you want from me? He asked, his scholarly composure crumbling. I want what Arthur wanted, Silas replied, now close enough that Cyrus could smell the acrid scent of printer's ink emanating from him. The truth. Acknowledgement. And then he smiled, revealing teeth like typewriter keys.
Oh,
I want you to experience what it's like to be written out of existence. The chandelier gave way with a sound like a crack of doom, plunging toward them in a glittering cascade of crystal and brass. Cyrus raised his arms in a futile gesture of protection as darkness engulfed them. In that final moment before impact, he heard Arthur Finch's voice, not Silas's, but Arthur's, as it had been in life, before bitterness and despair had claimed him. Cyrus Vale, it said, soft and sad and terribly final. Then darkness, complete and absolute. The grandfather clock resumed its ticking in the silence that followed, but its rhythm had changed. No longer iambic pentameter, but a halting, irregular cadence that sounded, to anyone who might be listening, like a man running for his life through a labyrinth of his own making.
Jesus. All right, go over to Grok. Let's see what happens. That's disturbing. Go over to Grok.
Okay.
Oh, jeez. My God.
I'm sorry.
That was terrifying.
Oh, it failed on chapter 10?
Wow.
This one did. Hold on. I think we're having issues tonight. I think Joseph's pushing stuff too. We got chapter 9. So let me go ahead and we cannot leave this one unfinished. Okay. 10 of 10. So it'll run that one.
All right. Now.
All right. Grok. So you've got to, this is the hard part because we've got to scrub. I mean, that one's really good.
We'll know. We will know pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Where'd it go?
Last library 2. Mel's doing a mafia romance one.
Right now.
When I say that this is addictive, we've archived and deleted projects and we still have like 67 projects and we've only had like, you can see the dates. Like we first got access in May and a little bit before May, and we were pushing and all those are gone. We were doing a completely different way. And then now, like we still have, this is just, okay. So just in 2 days, right? So here's the 18th, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. 22 books between 4 people. Yeah, this thing goes.
Wow. All right, let's see it. Chapter 1.
Okay, so now we have our thing. Riley Quinn's eyelids snapped open to a darkness so thick it felt like a physical weight pressing against her face.
Drink.
Boo. The next sentence is better. A faint red glow pulsed in the distance, an exit sign that flickered erratically, the last letter missing. EXI. Dust motes floated around her head, caught in some invisible static, shimmering like glitch artifacts in a cheap VR sim. Somewhere nearby, an antique clock tolled, the sound deep and resonant, counting out 13 strikes before falling silent. Her breath caught in her
13.
throat. 13? That wasn't even a thing. Her mind, ever the trope machine, churned out possibilities. Haunted house, cursed artifact, gothic nightmare. Great. She was in a horror novel, and not the sexy vampire kind she could churn out in a weekend. All right, universe, very funny, she muttered, her voice sounding tinny and small, swallowed by the oppressive silence. She blinked hard, waiting for her eyes to adjust, but the darkness clung stubbornly, broken only by slivers of candlelight flickering from unseen sources. The air smelled of aged paper and something sour, like forgotten ink left to rot.
Nice.
Her sneakers squeaked against a floor she couldn't quite see, and when she reached out, her fingers brushed against rough wood. Shelves. Endless shelves, stretching into the void. She patted her pockets, fumbling for her phone. The screen lit up, casting a cold blue glow over her hands. But instead of her usual lock screen, a selfie with her latest paperback clutched triumphantly, there was just a wall of lorem ipsum text scrolling endlessly. Seriously? She groaned, tapping the screen harder, as if sheer frustration could debug reality. I've got deadlines, not time for immersive LARPing, her voice echoed back, distorted, like it was being remixed through a bad audio filter. No signal, no apps, no escape hatch. Fine. She'd play along for now. This had to be some kind of marketing stunt. Maybe a rival author pulling a prank, or one of those escape room experiences her agent kept pitching as brand synergy. She squared her shoulders, forcing a smirk. Riley Quinn didn't panic. Riley Quinn wrote six-figure earning reverse harem series in her sleep. Riley Quinn had this. She took a step forward and the floor beneath her shifted, a faint creak rippling through the silence like a cheap tension builder. Oh, come on, she muttered. Creaking floorboards? That's horror 101. At least give me a jump scare with some originality. But her bravado felt hollow, a thin shield against the growing chill seeping into her bones. Her breath fogged in front of her, visible even in the dim light, and she hugged her leather jacket tighter around herself. A sudden thud echoed behind her. She spun around, heart jackhammering, just in time to see a book topple from a shelf, then another, and another, falling in a perfect domino pattern. The sound was deafening in the stillness, each impact driving her forward, deeper into the maze of shelves. Okay, I get it. Moving, she snapped, half expecting a snarky narrator to reply. She broke into a jog, her sneakers slapping against what she could now see was cracked marble, a chessboard pattern, a black and white tile stretching endlessly beneath her. The shelves loomed higher the further she went, their tops vanishing into a blackness that seemed to breathe, pulsing with something she couldn't name.
You're right. It's about 6 months behind.
Yeah, this is another tell, something that a character couldn't name. Grok does it all the time.
Interesting. It's still good, though.
It is. It is still very good. I mean, this could be much closer to someone's actually authentic voice. This is writing more modern to me. It's feeling more sci-fi bent to it, or like lit RPG to it, or it just feels more modern.
So what we're at the conclusion, 1482. Interesting.
Yeah.
So we're coming to the conclusion now that the right tool for the right job, right?
Yeah, I mean everybody can like a different model. Like you don't have to. So here's what I propose, because the other one's finished, and I think we should read the other book. I think we should do it. I understand if you need to go for the night.
Read the whole book?
I'm staying and reading those other 7 chapters. I need to know. Anyone wants to stay? We can stop this and start another live.
We don't have to start another live. I might just have to bow out.
Yeah, you bow out.
But before we do that, everyone,
I'll put a vote in the chat. Let's see if anybody wants to finish this, or if we want to pick it up tomorrow. I want to read it. Damn it! Oh, Danny's in. Rachel's in.
You're going to get some takers. You're definitely going to get some takers. But before we do that, everyone. Oh, hey, there we go. There.
Actually, it would be great if we could play another song real fast, and I could go get a drink and have a human moment.
She needs to.
What?
It's just the way you put that. Have a human moment.
3 hours.
It has been 3 hours. It has been 3 hours. Ladies and gentlemen, this one's called Blueprints and Deadlines. And this is also probably going to be the one that Elizabeth ends up playing at the end of the.
No, I think we're going to do the ink and code. I think that one's the best one.
Ink and code again. What?
Everyone likes the ink and code one.
All right, here we go.
Right in coffee shops, ink stained hopes in moleskin lines. Now I'm clicking through the silence, chasing plots on GPT time. Got 1,000 words before the sunrise, a worksheet saved with dreams inside. Structures holy, chaos sacred, the novel lives where both collide. Every prompt's a little prayer to the ghost in my machine. Make it real, make it matter. Build my chapters like a dream. Blueprints and deadlines. I'm building my empire one scene at a time. Page by page through heartbreaking grind. I don't need a muse, I've got design. From first draft to final line. Blueprints and deadlines. Watch me rise. Raised on mixtape style of dreams. Burn CDs in Word doc schemes. Now we blueprint arcs like architects, but every line still bleeds. We're the rebels with a method. Plot beats mapped and stories tamed. But don't mistake the spreadsheet's order for a lack of flame. We are poets, we are coders, alchemists of ink and light. Narratives in folders, still chasing something right. Blueprints and deadlines. I'm building my empire one scene at a time. Page by page through heartbreaking grind. I don't need a muse, I've got design. From first draft to final line. Blueprints and deadlines. Watch me rise. Tell the world we found a better way. Structured magic in a modern age. Let the haters call it soulless fine, but I know that spark is partly mine and partly gold. We're not cheating, we're evolving. Stories never stop revolving. Blueprints and deadlines. Still dreaming in Helvetica and shine. We don't wait for lightning signs. We got a system and it's by design. From first draft to final line. Blueprints and deadlines. This book is mine.
Ladies and gentlemen, was Blueprints and Deadlines. Created by the incomparable Elizabeth Ann West, your host for this Marathon Friday evening live stream, where we really get deep and meaningful about all of the Your First Draft goodness. Just so you know, because this is my bow out time, I'm going to tell you one more time that you need to go over to the Future Fiction Academy. There are links in the description below. All the classes are available right now, including the fine-tune class, which is normally $1,500, and the Dossier class, which is normally $99. You can get them both half off if you use the code. The code is YFD. So go ahead on, going over to the Future Fiction Academy and get that. And if there are new people in here who just joined, do me a favor, hit the like button. Hit it right now. Yes, every one of you, hit the like button so that we can get this information out to as many people as we possibly can. Elizabeth, this has been so much fun. We're going to continue with Elizabeth getting deeper into the next section of this new novel, which, by the way, Claude is killing right now.
Yeah. Okay, love you. Bye-bye.
See you. Have a good day.
I don't even know what happens in chapter 3. Chapter 3 is June, who's from 2137. I've got to see how they wrote that character.
All right. I'm going to stick here for a couple minutes while you do that. I just want to, well, because it's the third one, and I can't just buy one on the third one, but I will not stay. I'll eventually, I'm just going to disappear. So everybody, it's good to see you, but let's go ahead on and have Elizabeth go ahead on and start that reading.
That's funny. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm remembering. Okay, so that one ran 101. So I got to tell Grok that it can go ahead and run the rest of them because we're not going to make change. That first chapter was okay. So I'm going to batch run Grok. So Grok will go ahead and run. But I think we're only going to read the Claude one. I think we can. I mean, I'll make these both available for people to read. But we will loading. Actually, join the newsletter. Be on the newsletter, and we will send out the link on the newsletter. There is a link to our newsletter on our main website. There's a link to the newsletter, I think, in the description down below. So if you're on the newsletter, you'll get a link to these. We'll make sure that these books go out to you. All right, library version 1. Okay, where were we? Okay, we had read chapter 2. And look, it wrote 18,576 words. So here's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for it stuck to the chapter. It stuck to the outline. It makes sense. There was a few things we saw that we would make. Like I did say, like you get 2 of those, you don't get 4 lines. So there was a little bit of cleanup with Claude. Claude wasn't perfect. This is a draft. It's a feature, not a bug. You need to make changes to it. Okay. So let's go back to chapter 3 and find out about June. Oh, I already love it. The neon kanji on the building across from June flickered, stuttered, then dissolved into broken HTML brackets. Not good. Definitely not good. Div class equals Neo Tokyo style stability critical error 418 div.
It freaking dropped code into the middle of the daggone. Oh, so good.
June sprinted down the rain-slicked alley, combat boots splashing through puddles that reflected fractured data streams instead of the city lights. Behind them, a skyscraper textured with scrolling source code began to fold inward like a zip file being deleted, floors compressing with a sound like digital thunder. Shit, 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 June muttered, fingers flying across the holographic interface of their wrist-mounted terminal. The code was unraveling faster than they could patch it. This wasn't just another unstable fanfic branch. The entire cyberpunk district was collapsing. Rain fell upward for 3 seconds, then sideways, then stopped entirely, hanging in midair as droplets of glitching blue text. A voice crackled through the static. Unauthorized narrative detected, initiating cleanup protocol. June ducked behind a dumpster overflowing with discarded plot devices, ray guns with their power cells removed, cybernetic implants still trailing synthetic nerve endings, leather jackets with too many buckles. The kind of props that appeared in every half-baked cyberpunk derivative. Perfect. June could work with derivative. They pulled a handful of tropes from the pile, a neural jack, a pair of mirrored sunglasses, a glowing data chip, and began to weave them together, fingers dancing in the air as they coded on the fly. Come on, June whispered, watching the pattern take shape. Every genre has its exploits. The sky above fractured, revealing marble columns and mahogany shelves. The library was bleeding through, architecture imposing itself on the failing cyberpunk narrative. Yeah. June's hands stilled for a moment as they stared upward. The library wasn't just a collection of stories. It was the foundation, the substrate upon which all narratives existed, and it was coming apart at the seams. A skittering sound drew their attention back to street level. Dozens of small, origami-like creatures were emerging from the cracks in the pavement, each one folded from what looked like manuscript pages. They resembled quills with spindly legs and glowing ink drop eyes. Ink bugs, June breathed, recognizing the library's immune system at work. Security sub-processes designed to hunt down and eliminate narrative inconsistencies. One landed on a nearby vending machine, and the machine's texture immediately began to dissolve, its pixelated surface running like watercolors in the rain.
Watercolors in the rain.
Yep. June finished their improvised code and activated it. The neural jack, and data chip fused together, forming a crude but functional key. Nothing like a good old-fashioned back door, they muttered, jamming the key into a seam in the alley wall. The wall split open, revealing a hidden passageway lined with glowing fiber optic cables. June dove through just as the first wave of ink bugs scuttled toward them. The passage shields shut behind them with a sound like pages being turned. June moved cautiously through the tunnel, which appeared to be a maintenance access route with narrative zones. The walls were transparent, revealing vast databanks stretching into infinity below, the raw code of countless stories pulsing with light and possibility. "Hello, beautiful," June whispered, running their fingers along the glass. This was the kind of access they'd only dreamed of back home, the pure, unfiltered architecture of story itself. A glowing yellow square fluttered past June's face, startling them. It looked like a digital post-it note with a text that kept rewriting itself. "Update soon, please. Oh my god, what happens next? I literally died when they kissed." Reader comments, June realized. Feedback fragments from the real world, somehow manifesting within the library's systems. More notes drifted by, a confetti of reader engagement divorced from their original contexts. June caught one, examined it closely. The text shifted under their gaze. "This fix saved my life. Heart." Something about the note made June's throat tighten. This wasn't just code or data. These were emotional connections, real people whose lives had been touched by stories. Even the silly derivative ones. Especially those, maybe. A distant rumble shook the tunnel. The cyberpunk sector was still collapsing, and the instability was spreading. June needed to move. Ahead, the tunnel opened onto a catwalk suspended over a dizzying abyss of server banks. June stepped out cautiously, testing the structure's stability. It held, but barely. The glass surface rippled like water with each step. "Okay, so I'm inside the library's infrastructure," June muttered, thinking aloud as they often did with coding. "If I can find a terminal access point, maybe I can figure out what's causing the collapse." A sign flickered overhead, its text corrupted but still legible. "All those moments will be lost, / 404 in time, like tears in rain, / syntax error." June smiled despite the danger. "Hello, Blade Runner." At least the classics are still hanging in there. The catwalk led to a circular platform with multiple branching paths, each labeled with a different genre designation. June approached the crystal that seemed to be grown from the same crystalline material as the catwalk. All right, I'll pause for a second. If this is actually word for word in Blade Runner, you would need to change it.
If that's in Blade Runner, I don't know if it's exactly in Blade Runner. I have to. I mean,
Yeah, I would. If me not knowing, I would probably change it just in case.
If it's making reference specifically to it, though, that's different.
Right, but Blade Runner is not public domain. So if it's just mimicking something similar in the similar style of Blade Runner, that's fine. If it's actually something from Blade Runner, like a very famous, Skew Lights. I don't think 404 existed when Blade Runner existed. Yeah, I think this is like a pastiche. I think this is an homage, and then it's a joke that June's like, "Okay, hello, Blade," like, "Okay, boomer." Yeah, so that's something that you would want to check.
Okay, boomer. All right, and on that, Elizabeth.
No, not you. I just mean like that's June is from 2137.
No. I get it.
Okay.
No, I was just getting ready to just say goodbye.
Oh, got it. Okay. I was like, I did not mean to offend you. I was trying to.
Not even close.
Good.
Yeah, I told Elizabeth earlier in a private meeting that we had that I am so friggin' easy and casual.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, that's exactly.
Are you excited about the books you get to run and the Space Marine things you get to make?
I am going to be very, very. This is shocking. This is actually shocking.
You're welcome.
I'm not exactly sure I understand the business that I could build from a piece of software like this. I mean, y'all, even if it's just the one a month, that means you're putting out 12 books a year. Have you any idea what a trad publisher puts out a year? One book.
Not a trad publisher, a trad published author.
A trad published author. They put out one book. They put out literally one book. I have a friend. His name is Glenn Eric Hamilton, and he writes this amazing series of books. He has 5 of them in the thing, but he's in literary limbo because it doesn't sell enough, but it's and he can't. I mean, I would love for him to be able to just take
Ekello,
that
we're
series
on a
and
cliffhanger
go.
here.
Anyway, I'm just saying there are a lot of possibilities, everyone. I want y'all to like realize that. Before I leave, I hope that that's the thing you take away with you, is that you can build quite the cool stuff. And that's me. See you later, everyone, and have a good evening with Elizabeth in her madness.
They're in good hands.
Her madness. Bye.
Okay, I don't want to hear it about me staying on. We're going to get through these stories. I'm going to go as much as I can. If I start to lose my voice, then I will stop. I will comment when I see something. I will also look at the chat from time to time, but probably only if there's a good stopping point or like in between chapters. If the total viewing count gets down to less than, say, 25, then I'll probably stop and say, hey, let's go to Zoom. Okay, those are the rules. Everybody good? All right, and you guys can see it. So good. All righty. I'm trying to make it so I can see both screens, so I can also see. Hold on a minute here. Without Ekello here, I've still got to be able to like direct. So no, I literally just minimized you, and you like went bigger. You were very rude. That was not okay. But there's a book with a little over 100. I love that, Liz. From a meme. Me, it's getting pretty late. I should probably go to bed. Book. But there's only a little over 100 pages left. Me, can't argue with that. Let's do this. I love it. Okay. The catwalk led to a circular platform with multiple branching paths, each labeled with a different genre designation. June approached the central console, a pedestal that seemed to be grown from the same crystalline materials as the catwalk. Let's see what we're dealing with, they said, placing their hands on the smooth surface. The console illuminated at their touch, projecting a holographic display of the library's current status. Red warning indicators pulsed across vast sections of the map. That's a lot of instability, June murmured, zooming in on the affected areas. Horror, romance, literary fiction. It's not just the cyberpunk sector. The whole system is degrading. They navigated deeper into the diagnostic interface, searching for the source of the corruption. What they found made their blood run cold. Embedded throughout the library's core code were foreign elements, tagged with a signature June recognized immediately. Openverse. That's impossible, June whispered. Openverse was the underground fanfic network June had helped build back in 2137, a decentralized platform where writers could remix and reinterpret canonical works without corporate oversight. It was designed to be untraceable, operating in the shadows of the authorized literary landscape. But here it was. Its distinctive code signature threaded throughout the library's foundation like invasive roots. June dug deeper, pulling up commit logs that showed when and how the foreign code had been integrated. The timestamps stretched back years, decades, some even predating Openverse's creation. This doesn't make sense. How could our code be here before we wrote it? Unless time worked differently in the library. Unless cause and effect weren't as linear as June had assumed. A new alert flashed across the display. Unauthorized code execution in progress. June expanded the notification, revealing a live feed of the intrusion. Lines of code were being written in real time, inserting themselves into what appeared to be a classic novel's base text. June recognized the style immediately. Gibson's Neuromancer, the foundational text of cyberpunk. But the insertions were wrong. Space pirates, romance tropes, dialogue that belonged in a completely different genre. Someone's force merging fanfic branches into the canonical works. June realized with growing horror. Not just commenting or building on them, actually overwriting the originals. This wasn't creative remix. This was erasure, corruption at the source. And the library was treating these insertions as legitimate, incorporating them into its architecture, even as the contradictions tore at its structural integrity. June checked the author signatures on the unauthorized commits. There were 3 distinct patterns. Author ID, CV 1995-0913. Author ID, RQ 2025-0427. Author ID, JC 2137-0605. June froze. staring at the last signature, JC 21370605, their own hacker handle and birth date. That's not possible, June whispered. I didn't do this. But the evidence was right there. Either someone was using their signature or some version of June, past, future, or parallel, was responsible for the corruption eating away at the library. Before they could process this revelation, an alert sounded. The ink bugs had found a way into the maintenance tunnel and were swarming toward the platform. June needed a move, but they couldn't leave without more information. They quickly copied the commit logs to their personal device, then searched for the most recent unauthorized push. The timestamp made June's heart skip. T minus 000005. 5 seconds ago. It was happening right now. As June watched, a new line of code appeared in the log, writing itself character by character. Next target, Riley Quinn timeline. Riley Quinn. Name was vaguely familiar. A best-selling author from the early 21st century. June couldn't place it exactly, but the immediate threat was clear. Author Narrative Zone was about to be corrupted. The first ink bugs reached the platform, their paper bodies rustling as they surrounded June. The catwalk began to dissolve beneath their feet, glass turning to liquid data. June frantically typed a command string, trying to comment out the deletion process. Suspend execution. The comment hung in the air for a moment, glitching between acceptance and rejection. The platform continued to dissolve. No, 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 June muttered, fingers flying across the holographic keyboard. I'm not getting erased today. The cyberpunk street below was visible again, but it too was dissolving into white space, a data void where narrative had been stripped away completely. June made a desperate decision. If they couldn't stop the deletion, maybe they could redirect it. They quickly wrote a new command. Redirect. Follow target path Riley Quinn's timeline. If this Riley person was the next target, maybe June could intercept whatever was causing the corruption. The command executed just as the platform gave way entirely. June fell, surrounded by cascading data and disintegrating code, tumbling toward the white void below. Their last conscious thought before the whiteness engulfed them was a line from one of their oldest hacker manifestos. The only way out is through. Then everything went white. Okay, this was really good. There's a question in the chat about, did Claude come up with that or was it 03? Well, we can on the admin side, I can see that. So all I've got to do is go to the run logs. And again, you guys would get your prompts. So you would get your chapter plans. These are not the run. Okay, they're at the bottom here. So I have to kind of count backwards, or I can count forwards. That's what I can do. I can count forwards. So we had, this is chapter 1, 03, Anthropic. This is chapter 2, 03, Anthropic. This is chapter 3, 03, Anthropic. But this one didn't work, so it had to do it again. So this is the real chapter 3 right here. And I can see the response text, the chapter plan, the rewrite war, the net arcade, the primary plot, they flee, exhilaration, the ink bugs, open verse, fanfic code. A hidden commit log shows 3 distinct author signatures, one of which matches June's own hacker handle, though June never pushed that code. The implication, someone is framing or echoing them. Tongue-in-cheek debate about the death of the author, fair use, remix culture, delivered as internal monologue. So it gave the inspiration from it, and then it just pulled it because it always gets all of that information. So it literally pulled the dates that it put for all the chapters, because remember I said it had to put a date on the chapters. So if I go into the prompt, you'll be able to see everything got passed to it. This is not the secret sauce, guys. I mean, it is secret sauce, but I mean, you guys already know how to do all this yourself. This is going to make it a lot easier. So it's got the 2137 for Juniper, and it knows that. And then basically it pulled it from chapter 3 when I required it to put that date in. Let's see here if we can find chapter 3. Chapter 3. I thought I put dates in here, but maybe I didn't. So, yeah. Yep, I agree. It was very interesting. Okay, let's keep going. I would give that chapter a little bit less of a grade than the other 2, but it's a nice reprieve for me from the horror. It kind of balanced it, because both of the other ones were a little bit like, one was very scary to me, one was more psychological thriller, and then this third one really had like those elements of like cyberpunk cyberpunk action adventure. So let's see what happens in chapter 4. So we've done the trick of 1, 2, and 3 from these initial characters. Now the real trick, we have to see if it continues the action. And this is a little bit hard because it's got to pull stuff from Riley's world and Riley's timeline, but it also has to react to the fact that June just sent the thing at Riley. Does that make sense to everybody? So this is a really big ask for the AI in terms of like, hey, you have to keep 3 point of view straight. You have to keep the timeline straight. You have to keep the plotting straight. So let's see what we get. Riley's boots crunched against sun-baked dirt as she staggered out of the cornfield. The stalks behind her swayed in the evening breeze, rustling like whispers from 1,000 paperbacks. Ahead, a small town materialized against the backdrop of a blazing orange sunset that looked too perfect, too saturated, like someone had cranked up the nostalgia filter to 11. You've got to be kidding me, she muttered, wiping sweat from her brow. The air hung thick with the scent of diesel, dust, and was that apple pie? She could practically taste the grit on her tongue. Main Street stretched before her, a picture-perfect slice of 1950s Americana that belonged on a vintage postcard. Rust-red barns dotted the landscape beyond weathered storefronts. A lonely gas station with analog pumps stood sentinel at the crossroads, and beside it, a chrome-trimmed diner glowed with warm light, promising comfort food and bottomless coffee. Riley had written scenes like this dozens of times, the small-town backdrop for her country girl meets mysterious stranger romances. But she'd never actually been in one. This isn't real, she reminded herself, though I can never say it, cicadas, those bugs, though the bugs screaming from every direction felt authentic enough to make her skin crawl. Just another wing of this nightmare library. Movement caught her eye. Across the street, a man emerged from a white church gazebo, looking as disoriented as she felt. Tall, with salt and pepper hair, and a tweed jacket that seemed comically out of place in the sweltering heat. He turned slowly, taking in the surroundings with a mixture of confusion and disdain. Their eyes met across the dusty street. You! They both exclaimed simultaneously. Riley approached cautiously, keeping the width of the road between them. Are you actually here? Are you just another hallucination this place cooked up to mess with me? The man's posture stiffened. I was about to ask you the same question, though I doubt my subconscious would conjure someone quite so. His eyes traveled from her combat boots to her faded band t-shirt. Aggressively contemporary. Wow. 5 seconds, and you're already judging my outfit. Riley rolled her eyes. Let me guess. You're the snob who thinks anything published after 1975 isn't real literature. His jaw tightened. Cyrus Vale. And I don't think I need to apologize for having standards. The name clicked. Riley had seen it on university syllabi, on those most important novels you'll never actually read lists. Wait, the Cyrus Vale? Mr. I write 600-page novels about middle-aged professors having existential crisis? A flicker of recognition and irritation crossed his face. And you are? Riley Quinn. Nothing. Not even a glimmer of recognition. The Midnight Coven series, the Alphas of Artemis. I've sold over 10 million books. Cyrus's expression remained blank. For fuck's sake, I was on the Times list for 68 weeks straight. Ah, he said, with the thin smile of someone who just identified something unpleasant. Romance novels. Paranormal romance and reverse harem, actually, but thanks for playing. Riley turned away, scanning the too perfect town. Look, I don't have time for a literary pissing contest. I need to figure out what this place is and how to get... She froze. For a second, barely a blink, the barn roof across the street had transformed into a gleaming chrome starship hull before snapping back to weathered red wood. Did you see that? She whispered. Cyrus frowned. See what? The barn. It just... Another flicker. This time, the church steeple briefly morphed into what looked like a communications array before returning to normal. There! That! The buildings are glitching! His eyes narrowed, following her gaze. When the gas station sign momentarily displayed alien script instead of prices, he paled. Something's wrong with this place. No shit, Sherlock. The whole library's wrong. But this feels different, Riley gestured toward the diner. Let's get inside before something worse happens. The diner's bell jingled as they entered. Red vinyl booths lined the windows, and the chrome counter gleamed under fluorescent lights. A jukebox in the corner played Elvis, the music scratching and popping like an old record. A few patrons sat scattered throughout, a trucker hunched over coffee, an elderly couple sharing pie, a waitress refilling mugs. None of them looked up. "Hello?" Riley called. No response, not even a twitch. Cyrus approached the elderly couple, waving a hand before their faces. "They're like mannequins or placeholders." "NPCs," Riley muttered. "Non-player characters. This whole setup feels like a half-rendered simulation." They slid into an empty booth. The vinyl squeaked beneath Riley as she leaned forward, lowering her voice. "So you're stuck in this hellhole too. How did you get here?" Cyrus's fingers drummed against the Formica tabletop. "I was working on a manuscript. Then something happened with one of my characters." His expression darkened. "What about you?" "AI interface glitch. I was trying to outline my next series when everything went sideways." She glanced around the diner. "But that doesn't explain this, or why we're both here." "Perhaps we're not. Perhaps this is merely a shared delusion, a manifestation of the jukebox skipped. Elvis vanished mid-croon, replaced by pulsing synthwave. The lights flickered, and for a split second, the diner's windows showed not the dusty Main Street, but the swirling colors of a nebula. Collective unconscious," Cyrus continued, seemingly oblivious to the shift. Riley stared at the jukebox. A broken pencil was lodged in its side, the splintered wood vibrating with each beat. "Did you see that?" "See what?" "The music changed. The view outside." She pointed to the window, but the cornfields and barn had returned. "It was space! Actual outer space!" Cyrus frowned. "I think this place is affecting your perception. Perhaps if you..." The diner shuddered. The fluorescent lights buzzed, flickered, and transformed into pulsing blue-white illumination strips. The counter elongated, its chrome surface developing control panels and blinking indicators. The booths remained, but now they were upholstered in some iridescent material that shifted colors with each movement. Outside the windows, a vast spaceport sprawled where the town had been. Alien ships docked at towering platforms. Creatures of impossible configurations moved through crowded thoroughfares beneath a sky filled with 3 moons and unfamiliar constellations. The patrons remained frozen in place. The trucker still hunched over his coffee, though now his trucker cap had become a neural interface headset, and his coffee mug was emitting a faint blue glow. "What the hell?" Riley breathed. Cyrus had gone rigid, his knuckles white against the edge of the table, which now featured a holographic menu hovering above its surface. "This isn't possible." "Welcome to Starport 7, announced a cheerful robotic voice from overhead. "Please have identification and customs documentation ready. Contraband scanners are in effect throughout the terminal." Riley couldn't help the laugh that bubbled up from her chest. Half hysteria, half genuine amusement. "We've genre hopped from Midwest Americana straight into space opera." "This isn't amusing," Cyrus snapped. "This is a complete breakdown of narrative cohesion, a catastrophic failure of what? Reality?" Riley gestured wildly at their surroundings. "Newsflash, Professor! Reality checked out when we woke up in this nightmare library. At least this is interesting." A yellow post-it note drifted down from nowhere, landing on the table between them. In messy handwriting, it read, "Genre walls collapsing. Narrative integrity at 37% and falling." As Riley watched, the word shifted, rearranging into, "Your argument accelerates decay. Find common ground." "Did you see that?" She pushed the note towards Cyrus. He picked it up, squinting. "It says, 'Beware the void between stories.' What are you talking about?" "That's not..." Riley began, but the floor beneath them groaned. A crack appeared, running from their booth to the counter, emitting particles that floated upward, defying gravity. "Oh, that can't be good." Outside, one of the spaceport docking towers twisted impossibly, its metal structure briefly taking the shape of a grain silo before snapping back with a sound like thunder. "The setting is destabilizing," Cyrus said, standing abruptly. "We need to leave." "And go where exactly?" Riley gestured to the windows, where the spaceport and Midwestern town were now rapidly alternating, like someone flipping through TV channels. "Anywhere but here. This intersection point is clearly volatile." Riley rolled her eyes. "Thanks for the brilliant analysis. Got any actual suggestions or just more literary observations?" Cyrus's face hardened. "This wouldn't be happening if the boundaries between genres were properly maintained. When formulaic commercial dribble starts bleeding into serious literature..." "Oh my God, are you seriously blaming me for this?" Riley stood, jabbing a finger at his chest. Sorry to burst your pretentious bubble, but your precious serious literature is just another shelf in the library. No better or worse than romance or sci-fi or the crack in the floor widened with a sickening tear. The jukebox wailed, cycling through decades of music in seconds. Elvis to synthwave to something that sounded like whale song processed through static. Or mystery or horror or any other genre that actually gives readers what they want instead of some ivory tower critic thinks that they should. That's precisely the problem, Cyrus shouted over the cacophony. Take a drink. Pandering to the lowest common denominator, sacrificing artistic integrity for market appeal, authors like you are why. The window shattered inward. But instead of glass, fragments of paper with partial sentences written on them sprayed across the diner. The crack in the floor had become a chasm, and beyond it wasn't the foundation or earth or even space, but absolute nothingness. A void that seemed to pull at them, hungry and insistent. Stop! Riley grabbed Cyrus's arm. Look! The post-it note had changed again. Your conflict tears the fabric. Both valid, both necessary. The diner's wall began to disintegrate, revealing not the town or the spaceport, but a swirling maelstrom of letters, words, and sentences, the raw material of stories being unmade. We need to get out of here, Riley said, her anger evaporating into pure survival instinct. Cyrus nodded, his face ashen. Which way? The exit door had vanished. The chasm was spreading, consuming booths and counter and the still frozen patrons who disappeared without a sound. The void pulled stronger, a vacuum that threatened to swallow them whole. There! Riley pointed to a narrow gap in the far wall where reality seemed slightly more stable, a patch of something that wasn't yet unraveling. They ran, dodging falling debris and floating fragments of text. The floor buckled beneath them, sections disappearing into the growing void. Riley leaped over a widening gap, landing hard on the other side. She turned back to see Cyrus stranded, the gap now too wide to jump. Jump! She shouted. It's too far! It's that or get erased with this place. The void pulsed, expanding hungrily. The pulse intensified, dragging Cyrus backwards towards the nothingness. Riley stretched out her hand across the gap. Trust me! Cyrus hesitated, then lunged forward. I agree with you, Skew-Lights. Leave him, Riley. He's not worth it. Cyrus hesitated, then lunged forward, arm extended. Their fingers brushed, missed, then connected. Riley grabbed his wrist and pulled with everything she had as the diner collapsed around them. We can snark later. Run now, she gasped, dragging him toward the gap in the wall. They tumbled through just as the last diner vanished into the void. The howling of unmaking stories followed them, a sound like pages being shredded by the thousands. Darkness enveloped them. They were falling, spinning, being pulled apart and pushed together simultaneously. Riley's grip on Cyrus's wrist tightened, their only anchor in the storm of narrative dissolution. The story isn't done with us yet, Riley whispered into the void. Everything blinked sideways. Light and sound and sensation disappeared, and then nothing. Okay, I'm still invested, even though I will say it was a little bit of a jump for me to go, like, I'm okay with it. Like, it definitely started in media res. It's starting, all of this stuff going. We're 4 chapters in of 10. Who's still reading? Who's still going? Anyone? All right, let's go to chapter 5. June shot out of a white void like a human cannonball, smashing through a stained glass data pane with a crystalline explosion of color and code. Their bodies skidded across a suspended glass floor, leaving a trail of fractured light as torrents of glowing script rained upward in the vaulted ceiling above. Shit! June tumbled to a stop at the edge of nothingness, fingers clawing at the transparent hexagonal panels. For one heart-stopping moment, they dangled over an abyss that seemed stretched into infinity. Below them, endless cascades of luminous code falling upward like an inverted waterfall in light. Above them, a cathedral-like dome where narrative threads wove themselves into tapestries of possibility. Tapestry! Drink! Although it's actually a good use. June's breath fogged the glass beneath their face. Where the actual gravity flickered. June's body lifted 3 inches off the floor, then slammed back down with bruising force. The entire structure seemed to hiccup, reality stuttering like corrupted footage. Welcome to the Convergence Nexus, announced a voice from everywhere and nowhere. Though I must say your entry method was unorthodox. June scrambled to their feet, combat boots finding purchase on the slick surface. Okay, pause. I don't think both them and Riley should be wearing combat boots. Just a little nitpick. That's not their fault, not necessarily their fault. It might have been in the thing. The space around them was impossibly vast, a data cathedral built around translucent panels and crystalline bridges that connected floating server shrines. I'm also sick of the cathedrals and the translucent panels and the crystalline bridges. Like, okay, we get it. At the center hung what looked like a massive gyroscope the size of a planetarium, its concentric rings slowly rotating around a pulsing core of pure narrative energy. But something was wrong. The gyroscope stuttered, sparks of corrupted code spraying from its joints like arterial blood. This is... June's voice trailed off, their cyberpunk aesthetic, neon-threaded jackets, circuit-tattooed arms, and glitch-art hair reflected in countless glass surfaces. This is the back end, the system architecture. Correct. The voice materialized into a humanoid figure, composed of shifting text and translucent light. They stood approximately 7 feet tall, their form constantly reshuffling like pages being sorted. I am Archivist Prime, custodian of the library's systems. June approached the entity, hacker instincts already cataloging vulnerabilities in the shimmering code flesh. You're the library's AI. A simplification, but functionally accurate. The archivist's face rearranged into something approximating a smile. And you are Juniper Cross, narrative hacker, born 2112, died. I'm not dead, June interrupted. Temporal perspective is relative within the library. The archivist gestured toward the massive gyroscope. What you see before you is the story engine, the core mechanism that converts authorial intent into narrative reality. June moved closer to the edge, peering down at the intricate machinery. It was beautiful in a terrifying way, a perfect fusion of technology and art. Each ring represented a different narrative layer, spinning in complex patterns that somehow maintained the coherence of every story ever written, or they should have been. Instead, the rings juddered and sparked, their movements increasingly erratic. It's breaking, June whispered, awe giving way to dread. Yes, the archivist's voice carried no emotion. The engine is corrupting at an exponential rate. If the degradation continues, all stories and the reality they sustain will unravel. June noticed something skittering across the floor, a small quill-shaped insect with wings like parchment and a body of liquid ink. It moved jerkily, leaving tiny smears of text in its wake before suddenly freezing, its ink body hardening into a brittle shell. What's happening to it? June asked, crouching beside the creature. Ink bugs are the library's immune system. They repair minor narrative inconsistencies. The archivist's light dimmed slightly. Their failure indicates systemic collapse. June straightened, their voice hardening into a determined expression that had made them legendary in the underground fanfic community. Show me the logs. I want to see the corruption patterns. The archivist waved a hand, and the air filled with floating screens of diagnostic data. June moved through them like a conductor, fingers dancing through streams of information, pulling relevant threads into focus. There, they murmured, isolating a particular error cascade. The corruption isn't random, it's targeted. Someone's been injecting malicious code into the narrative framework. The archivist nodded. The library once self-repaired, but a deliberative overwrite disabled its safety protocols approximately 72 hours ago. June's fingers froze mid-gesture as a familiar signature appeared in the corruption logs. Their own hacker tag, stylized JC intertwined with a broken quill, pulsed among the error messages. That's my signature, June whispered, stomach dropping. But I didn't do this. I wouldn't. Perhaps not yet, the archivist replied cryptically. Time works differently here. Before June could process this disturbing revelation, the screens rearranged to display 3 intertwined corruption patterns, each originating from a different source. 3 signatures have been identified as primary vectors, the archivist explained. CV, RQ, and JC. June's blood ran cold. JC, that's me. Yes. And the others correspond to authors similarly displaced within the library, Cyrus Vale and Riley Quinn. I don't know those names, June said, though something about them resonated in a way they couldn't explain, like forgotten lyrics to a half-remembered song. You will. The archivist expanded the central display, revealing a holographic schematic of the story engine. 3 distinct corruption spirals wound into its core, each pulsing with a different rhythm. Each of you is connected to a keystone manuscript, the first pivotal work that anchored your creative energy to the narrative continuum. My first hack, Jane murmured, remembering the exhilaration of breaking into the global literary archive and remixing Hemingway's lost stories with cyberpunk elements. The backlash had been severe, but it had put them on the map. Precisely. These keystones are critical. Corrupt a keystone, corrupt the author, and by extension, a slice of reality itself. June stared at the spiraling signatures, guilt and paranoia creeping through their system like a virus. Had they done this? Would they do this? The temporal paradox made their head ache. Around them, the nexus trembled. Tiny cracks, shaped like branching version control trees, spiderwebbed across the story engine's rings. Glowing post-it notes floated through the air like fireflies, each displaying fragments of reader comments and reactions, the emotional feedback that helped power the narrative matrix. This is insane, June muttered, running a hand through their glitch art hair. If I'm reading these logs correctly, someone's trying to rewrite the fundamental rules of storytelling. A dangerous endeavor, the archivist agreed. The library exists in delicate balance between structure and chaos, tradition and innovation. June snorted. Sounds like the kind of gatekeeping bullshit I've spent my career fighting against. Stories aren't static. They're meant to be remixed, reimagined. An interesting perspective from someone whose actions may have contributed to the current crisis. That's not fair, June protested. I hack stories to liberate them, not destroy them. I believe in open source narrative, not whatever this is. They gestured at the failing engine. The archivist's form flickered slightly. Perhaps the distinction between liberation and destruction is merely a matter of scale. Your remixes, as you call them, alter the fundamental code of established narratives. Yeah, but I don't break them. I transform them. June's voice rose passionately. There's a difference between evolution and corruption. Is there? The algorithms I use to maintain the library cannot distinguish between authorized revisions and unauthorized hacks. Both alter the baseline. June bristled. That's because algorithms don't understand the soul of a story. They can process the words, the structure, even predict what comes next, but they can't feel why a story matters. And humans can. The good ones can. June moved closer to the story engine, studying its failing mechanisms. A good remix honors the original while creating something new. It's not about erasing, it's about expanding. The archivist seemed to consider this. An intriguing hypothesis. Yet the evidence suggests that human interference, specifically from you and the other 2 signatures, has destabilized the system. June was about to argue further when something caught their eye, a pattern in the corruption that seemed oddly familiar. They zoomed in on a section of code, their expressions shifting from defensive to concerned. This isn't right, they murmured. These corruption patterns, they're too elegant. They're too purposeful. They looked up at the archivist. This isn't just random hacking or accidental damage. Someone's trying to rewrite the library's core functions. Yes, that is my assessment as well. But why? June asked. What's the end game? Before the archivist could answer, the entire nexus shuddered violently. Several glass panels cracked, and one of the crystalline bridges connecting to a nearby server shrine shattered completely. The degradation is accelerating, the archivist announced, their voice now tinged with something almost like urgency. We must locate and secure the keystone manuscripts immediately. How do we find them? They will be hidden where each author fears to look. The archivist's form began to glitch, text scrambling, reforming in unsettling patterns. The library protects what matters by burying it in personal darkness. June took an instinctive step back at the AI's hologram fractured into 3 overlapping silhouettes. To their horror, each began to speak in a different voice. The story breaks when the author lies, a male voice, cultured and bitter, presumably Cyrus Vale. The machine writes what the heart denies, a female voice, sharp and exhausted, Riley Quinn. The code reveals what the mind defies, June's own voice, but with an echo they'd never heard before. What the hell? June started, but the archivist form violently reassembled itself, now flickering rapidly between stability and dissolution. System integrity compromised. The archivist's original voice returned, now mechanical and strained. Keystone, RQ in critical jeopardy. Retrieval mandatory. 005959. A countdown appeared in June's field of vision, numbers burning into their retinas like a brand. Wait! I don't even know where to go or who Riley Quinn is, June shouted, but the archivist was already disintegrating, its form collapsing into streams of corrupted data. The glass bridge beneath June's feet began to crack, fractures spreading out toward like a spider web. They lunged for solid ground, but too late. The entire structure gave away. June plummeted through the empty space, the countdown ticking in their earpiece like a metronome. 005958, 005957. Below them, an infinite vertical bookshelf rushed up to meet their falling body, endless spines of books stretching in all directions like a library turned on its side. As they fell, June caught a final glimpse of the story engine above, its rings now spinning wildly out of control, out of sync, showering the Nexus with sparks of narrative energy. Then everything went dark, save for the relentless countdown and the certainty that somewhere in this impossible library, two strangers named Cyrus Vale and Riley Quinn were falling too. This is a really good halfway point for an episode. Yes, Rochelle, I laughed that it called itself the story engine. All right, chapter 6. I am starting to lose my voice, but we're going to keep going. I have to say, and maybe it's just the way I'm reading it, but the pacing of June's chapters feels very different than the frenetic pacing of the other two. And I enjoy that. Like, it actually feels like a different, like you've gone into a different character, like a different character situation. So I could easily see this being a TV pilot. Like, this feels like something that could easily turn into a script. The Skew Lights has to tap out, but it's been really interesting. Oh, is that like bad or good? All right. It is 11:50 my time. We're at 36 people listening. Let's keep going. We have 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We have 5 more chapters to read. We are halfway through. Okay. I'm just going to go faster. The shelves in the literary fiction wing had once been magnificent, mahogany sentinels standing in perfect rows, guardians of narrative excellence. Now they leaned at precarious angles. Their words, you know, I really want the AI to read this. Like okay, I'd have to set that up, but now they leaned at precarious angles. The wood splintering with hairline fractures that formed intricate maze-like patterns. Okay, I'm going to continue reading, but here's what we're going to do. We're going to download this as a zip. And give me a second here. That's the manuscript of episode 1. Okay, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to stop the share. We're going to listen to a song again at the end because I really like the songs. I'm going to go ahead and quickly make a, and we can make me smaller because no, like that. No, not like that. That's a little too small. That's still a little too small. Okay, whatever. I'm there. This is weird. At any rate, I'm going to go ahead and make a Notion page real fast for you guys. I'm going to put this manuscript on there so that everybody has it. And I'm going to put it in the description of the YouTube. Just give me 1 second here. It's going to take a little. You know what? While it's doing that, why don't I go ahead and play the song and then it'll be ready. So everybody liked that ink and code one. We will do future rights in ink and code, and then I'll come back and I'll have the entire manuscript on a Notion page in the description of this, and I'll put the link in the chat.
They carved their names in wax and stone, spilled ink on scrolls they called their own. Then came presses hot and loud, voices finally unbound. Now it's keys instead of quills, white screens echo silent thrills. Every age has its inventors, but I was made to bend the mill. You say slow down, writing like we did, but I've got a wildfire under my eyelids. Evolution doesn't knock, it crashes, and I'm already past the ashes. The future writes in ink and code. Don't tell me how the story's told. You can stay in sepia dreams, but I'm chasing silver beams. This pen's electric, this plotline bites. We don't wait, we ignite. You can guard the gates, you know, but the future writes in ink and code. Used to call it art, now they call it cheap, but I'm still sweating over every beat. The tools have changed, the heart is not. I bleed the same, just on a different plot. Some still build with rust and rope, but I've got neural nets and hope. I'm not here to ask permission, I'm the shift you couldn't stop. Said that's not real, that's not pure, but they forget fire made books endure. And every rebel with the screen is part of the next great library machine. The future writes in ink and code. Don't tell me how the story's told. You can stay in sepia dreams, but I'm chasing silver beams. This pen's electric, this plotline bites. We don't wait, we ignite. You can chain yourself to old echoes, but the future writes in ink and code. From monks in towers with aching hands to basement poets with startup plans, from parchment prayers to algorithm sparks, we've always written in the dark. Now the dark just answers back. The future writes in ink and code. I'm not slowing down this road. You can preach about the craft, but I've got a better map. With every keystroke, every phrase, I'm blazing through this golden phase. History whispers you're too bold, but the future writes in ink and code.
Dear past, thanks for the legends, but this page is mine.
I love that song. This is so fun. Okay, here's the deal, everyone. Thank you. There's still 40 of you here, but I can literally, like, it's painful for me to keep reading. So, because I did not plan for this. I do not have hot tea and all these other things. We're coming up on 4 hours, and that is definitely my limit. However, after party in the lab room, I will go meet you, some of you, if you are around, just so we can talk about this, because I have thoughts and I have things and I want to talk. I've missed talking with you guys because you guys have just been in the chat. I would love to say that this is, part 2 some other time. You even provide background sounds by tapping on the table or something. Oh, thank you, Liz. Aww. Yeah, it's hard to do the voices different. Danny, are you in? If you're in the accelerator, you have to. Okay, you know what? We'll go to the lab room. If you don't know the password, if you don't have the link to the lab room, but you're in the accelerator, just DM me on Discord. That just means find my name. I'm one of the admins there. You can just message me, and then you get the link to. I'll share the link with you. If you're in the accelerator, but you're not in Mastermind, so that you can come have to the after party. Thank you all. That was some of the 5 damn best chapters I've seen AI write. I've been working hard stop. So has the whole team. While I was reading, my Discord messages were coming because the team is hard at work on those other genres still. I cannot tell you how much the Future Fiction Academy is like. We've discovered this like little thing that's doing so well, and we are all working like round the clock to make it as robust for you all. Accelerator and Mastermind are going to get to test it first. You guys get this literally on Wednesday. It is less than 7 days away. It is Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I'm hopeful that other people will support our work in this field and buy some of these manuscripts. I think it's a steal at $100 and $200 for 30 to 60,000 words or 90 to 120,000 words. Like, I think that that's an absolute steal, especially if it's this quality adhering to the outline. Yeah, this is amazing. This feels just like that song, like ink and code. The future is written in ink and code. And I'm so excited to be a part of it. So go get the fine-tune class. Just join the accelerator, the June accelerator. There's still room in the cohort. In 10 days, we'll be switching over to the July cohort. So the people who are joining in June, you'll have full access to the mastermind in August. So go ahead and get into that accelerator. You're going to get these free credits to run these books. You get a free book every single month of this quality, and you will be helped by the community and all of us all of us staff members and the teachers and everything like that. Like, we will help you with your worksheets and everything like that. Same thing for the people who are in the public who eventually buy those tokens. We will make sure that we help you. This is a community. This is about all of us going into the future together. And if I can write 4 books in a day, it's time. I said we'd get here. It's here. Come join us. We have cookies. All right, everyone. I'm looking so forward to seeing you next Friday, seeing you on Wednesday. If you are in the accelerator or the mastermind, please like and subscribe. And man, I see you, Dan. I got you. All right. I'll see you guys in the lab room. Bye.
Wake up, heart's already racing. Ideas flood while coffee's chasing. Scroll through prompts like tarot cards, stories pulling from the stars. You still wait for some great calling. Now we sprint to keep from stalling. Every genre's fair game now, so tell me, where do I begin? Dragons, lovers, murder scenes, soft sci-fi and royalty dreams. Ekello pilot at the wheel, but the hustle, that's still real. I can write from a kiss in the rain to a kingdom that bleeds, from small town heartache to galaxy queens. It's all on the table. My mind is unstable, but I can write anything. Plot twist, lightning, structure clean, burning through beats like kerosene. This is my renaissance. This is my fight. I can write anything, and I just might. Deadlines whisper, project stack. Every yes means something cracks, but I'd rather break from chasing big than shrink inside some safer gig. We're the ones who paved with grit. Now we build with algorithmic wit. 1,000 voices in my head, and every single one gets fed. World behind my screen, poets with a spreadsheet dream. Nothing's off limits anymore. That's the thrill and that's the war. I can write anything, from a ghost in Rome to a CEO fling, from demon lovers, high fantasy kings. It's all in the planning. It's magic and branding. I can write anything. Cross genre, cross life, full steam. Stack a story beats like a dream. This is my comeback. This is my flight. I can write anything, and I will tonight. It's a lot, it's too much, it's incredible. Pacing like the stakes are federal. This ain't just a job, it's myth making. Crafting code and hearts worth breaking. I can write I've got a file for everything. A plot that pulses sharp and lean. Blood and glitter in my veins. I'm the thunder in the brain. This is no fluke, no lucky swing. I can write anything. Watch me do the damn thing.
That's right. Watch us all do the damn thing. Notes are in the description. See you guys next Friday.